and welcome back everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WTL KungFu Cup 2024 Summer Round number 3. Welcome back everyone, welcome. This is a bit of a special broadcast here tonight because the events of this tournament actually occurred last week. This was last week's KungFu Cup. We did miss out on it, unfortunately. We were otherwise busy. I was actually traveling at the time. Fun fact, I was actually traveling south, kind of halfway between Sydney and Melbourne. I did go and travel and see my sister and my new nephew. I'm an uncle. I'm not quite a papi, but I'm not close enough. I'm an uncle, papi. I'm an uncle. Did go and meet my nephew, and yeah, they kind of live out in the outback, if you will, of Australia. And yeah, it was a journey. It was quite a trip. Yeah, it was really nice. It was nice kind of going out into the country and kind of disconnecting for a little bit, taking some time off, spending time with some family, and then of course we did return. Because of that, I missed out on some casting, I missed out on KungFu Cup, and I missed out on something else. There was another tournament. What was it? I think it was ESL. Oh, we had to reschedule, that's it, the Showdown. Club NV Showdown was actually going to be showcased last week on the 7th of May, but we pushed it to the 14th just because, again, I was traveling Tuesday and Wednesday, so I wasn't able to make it to those broadcasts. So, we're catching up. If you missed out on KungFu Cup last week, then we got you covered this week. Otherwise, refrain from posting spoilers in the chat, as spoilers will be timed out, potentially even banned, depending on how egregious or how malicious you're trying to be. But yeah, we're diving into our first series here. If you're unfamiliar, KungFu Cup is, of course, our weekly dose of open StarCraft. It's an open tournament, open to all regions, I should say, but it brings together the best of the best. The best from Korea, from Latino America, from the North Americas, from Europe as well. Because of its time slot, it's still really rough for the Americas, I will say, but despite that, a lot of the American players from North and South America do stay up regardless and compete in it, just because the prize pool is a lot higher. Despite the fact this is kind of like a open weekly format tournament, the prize pool is quite high, and it brings together the best of the best. Brings together players like Cyril, Raynor, Max Pax up against Dark, Hero, Cure, Bjorn, for example. The one player, I think even Maru's played like in 1 or 2 of these, but Maru, of course, still not very active in these online weekly tournaments. He is the exception to the rule. Even Cyril does kind of rock up every now and then in these events. Of course, Cyril has been a little bit less active as of late because of his military service, but we expect to feature all the other players. And we have a very interesting first round. We have Trap versus Firefly. Oh my god, Bobby, let's go. I haven't been casting enough of Trap. I'll be honest, like, Trap, he's been back for like 2 weeks. Like, I want to say, yeah, 2 weeks Trap has returned. For those who don't know, he did finish his military service. He is back from the military and he is competing once again. He did announce on social media that he would be competing, and he has been for the past 2 weeks, and he's still finding his footing. I've been casting the events he's been playing in, but I haven't been able to catch him and cast too much of Trap as of late. So I'm really excited to see his growth as a player. There's a bunch of players that are returning. Players like Trap, players like Rogue as well. This is another big one where they've made their return and they're doing surprisingly well. Like, Rogue's been able to take down big players like Classic. Trap been able to take down big players like, I think, Bjorn recently. So yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what his current play is and how he grows over the next couple of months, even the next year of play as well. Exciting things. I'm kind of full of anticipation here for what Trap has to offer, but he's up against one of the fan favorites, the favorite player for the entire tournament, Firefly. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. Speaking of, we're diving into our first game, and sporting in the top right hand corner, we have Firefly for offside, and in the top left, we have Trap. My thing is working. Hey. Let's go. So I have to say, are my fanfare is working. Now, the way this works, this broadcast may be a little bit different or a little bit shaky just because I don't have access to the replays. I don't have access to the replays for KungFu Cup, but I do have access to the clean feed that was provided, just like WTL, just like the main team league, I should say. Likewise, in KungFu Cup, there is also a clean feed as well. So we're going to be casting from the clean feed. That means we're going to be relying on Moku's observing. Shout out to Moku, by the way. Moku is the WTL observer. He's the main observer. I know they have like 2 or 3 observers that they rotate between, depending on who's available. And a big shout out to the sponsors of KungFu Cup as well. Oh, God. That KFC action sponsored by Doyu, sponsored by Autofull SC Boy, as well as Pew Pew as well. But big shout out to the sponsors. And hope everyone in the chat is doing well. Also, before we get too ahead of ourselves in this PvP, a big shout out to Rowdy. Oh my God, Papi, 9 months. We made a child. We're all pappies. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 9 months in a row, or 9 months in general. Thank you so much, Rowdy. Again, Rowdy, a longtime supporter and a good friend. Good friend. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. We'll meet up at some point. We'll go on a date. We'll go on a date together, and we'll make it official. Esther Rowdy, you're a papi now. Oh, you think you're the first, Rowdy? You think you're the first? Esther Rowdy. Hello, Ankang in the chat. Hello, welcome, welcome. Esther Aistar, I see a preferable. Easy Phil as well. Hope you're all doing well. As I settle into this PvP, so far so good. It's going to be a 2-gate opener all around. 2-gate opener out of Firefly, 2-gate opener out of Trap. So standard build so far as we're loading into Ghost River of all maps. Now, Ghost River has a short rush distance by ground. You can be very aggressive, very in the face of your opponent. We'll see how we open up, as we have Firefly opening up double Adept. We have Trap opening up double Stalker. Now, with the Adepts, we're going to be able to harass and be that much more aggressive across the map. Meanwhile, the double Stalker does give us a stronger map presence here for Trap. Behind this, Robos are on the way for both players. We could end up leading this into a 1-base all-in if we throw down a 3rd gateway. We'll keep an eye on our players here, as Firefly even hiding his tech at the natural. Interesting position there behind that mineral line. And there it is. A 3rd gateway gets thrown down. Trap is going for a 1-base hold, and it makes plenty of sense here on a map like this, on a map like Ghost River. And you know what? Great minds think alike. This is crazy. Both Trap and Firefly are going for 1-base all-ins. Ooh, but Firefly's tech is exposed on the low ground. Not like this. Yeah, we're going for the pylon. A little bit of indecision there from Trap. Tries to go into the main base, but the reinforcements have arrived just in time. We have 4 Adepts. We focus on the Stalkers. We trade Run Adept for 1 Stalker. A good trade for Firefly. Very nicely done. Again, he has the defender's advantage. That means his reinforcements, they get here that much faster. Speaking of, Trap does come in with another Stalker, but he does not have enough to take control of the low ground. Is forced back. Behind this, Prism is on the way. That 3rd gateway is finishing up. We have additional Stalkers. Interesting, the Firefly, he's still going for sentries, still not making too many foot Stalkers whatsoever. Can he hold it? No, one of the sentries, it's stuck. Not like this. Is the sentry stuck on the outside? Okay, we have the Prism. We can juggle it over. The pylon is barely saved. Barely does survive. And Firefly is forcing Trap back. Again, he has 4 Stalkers, but you know what? Firefly can micro. He can juggle his units, throws down the force fields, catches 2 of the Stalkers as well. Big pickups here. 2 Stalkers go down. And there's 3 left. And again, Trap, he's being picked apart. The added micro potential of this Prism is insane. You can see that Trap has his own War Prism, but Firefly catches out these Stalkers well ahead of time, and he can chase Trap down. Again, Trap has been bleeding out far too much. He's going for a Hail Mary play into the main base, but there are Stalkers waiting, and we're chasing down the Prism. Firefly, he's relentless, and it looks like 1 more shot, uno más. And he does get it. The Prism goes down. 2 Stalkers that are trapped in the main base are going to be cleaned up. They can maybe get 1 probe in the main mineral line, but alas, this is not good enough. Oh, we even juggle the probes. We save it. It's the Firefly. Saving the workers, getting to his own immortals. And he will clean this up. And again, even though Trap has a slightly higher worker count, that's true. Trap, he has better economy technically, but he's bled out so much. Bled out the War Prism, bled out a lot of Stalkers. Firefly has just been trading so much more efficiently here, and that means his army supply was reflective of that. We have a massive supply to work with, pushing out across the map, and it's all on Trap to defend. Can he survive this push? There's so much working against him. I mean, maybe with the help of the shield battery. Shield battery is just about to finish. It's on the way. And that could make the difference here. We force field the ramp. We focus on the shield battery immediately. We just warp in the face of Trap. It doesn't even matter. Not anymore. It's a snowballing out of control. Meanwhile, across the map, Firefly has a full wall, so Trap cannot bust in. We have some force fields available, but again, Firefly can just juggle over the wall, juggle over the force field. Mass Adept busting into the main base. GG gets called, and Firefly takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, Poppy. GG, well played. I'm aware as well that there's no in-game sound at the moment. I believe that is going to be fixed in the next game or in the coming games. But the clean feed just didn't have any in-game sound for the beginning of the clean feed. But yeah, solid game there out of Firefly. It was a really interesting kind of scenario there where you had both players mirroring each other, kind of, right? It was same build, right? Both Trap and Firefly went for a one base all-in. It makes sense on Ghost River in a PvP. It makes plenty of sense, and they went for it. But of course, Firefly was able to take fights on his half of the map, which meant that he had more units. We saw the moment when Trap got surrounded, got caught off guard by reinforcements, and he was picked apart early on, and losing 1 or 2 Stalkers at the start of the game in a one base all-in scenario is massive. And yeah, Firefly flexing a little bit here on Trap. Very nicely done. Very nicely done by Firefly. Trap's like, who are you? What's going on? Not even a Korean. And Firefly's like, yo, times have changed, Papi. I am... Oh, he can kind of go toe-to-toe with these top Koreans. And here we go. We're diving into game number 2. Bottom right-hand corner, we have Firefly. Top left, we have Trap. These WTL observers, they're so quick with their zoom-ins. Like, they just, bam, and then, huh. Like, they just go from corner to corner. They are very unlike how we introduce players, where we kind of like, we do the swish, the swoosh, the zoom, you know, we talk about where they are and who they represent. Oh, and there it is. There is the in-game sound. So I apologize for not having that earlier, but in-game sound has returned, thankfully. Has returned here as we are settling into game number 2. And we should be seeing, once again, 2 gate openers from our players. We'll see Trap taking a second gas. Guys, are Firefly staying on his 1 gas. Not throwing down a second gateway. This is interesting here. Again, the second gateway is delayed. Is Firefly going for a gate expand? It looks like he is. Okay, this is a bold move out of Firefly. Okay, so what's going on right now? Firefly doesn't throw down a second gateway. He takes the delayed second gas geyser. Why? Because he's going for a cyber core. Because he's going for an expansion. This is a very greedy start here from our blue Protoss player. Maybe overconfident. I mean, hey, Firefly, he's leading the series. True, right? And maybe because Trap, he only just returned from the military, he's like, yo, I can just style on this guy a little bit further. Risky move here from Firefly. We'll see if Trap can punish this. Now, for now, Trap is body blocking the location of the Nexus with this probe. He's blocking it. He's trying to delay it. He's trying to force out a Zealot. Zealot is forced out, so a nice start here for Trap, but the Nexus won't be delayed for too much longer. Trap has the option to go for one base all-in. He could go for one base all-in and try and punish the greed of Firefly. Now, Trap is going to be going for a Stargate opener. Okay, so he's not going for an all-in. Stargate opener here from Trap. Firefly, his Nexus is thrown down far faster than that of his Protoss red Protoss opponent. So Firefly will get away with a better economy. It looks like the response for Trap is not going to go for an all-in, but with this Stargate, we're going for Oracle Harass. The goal here is to go for some Adept in Oracle Harass and cripple the economy. And even though our Nexus is going to be delayed, because we kill so many probes, we'll get ahead that way. So this is going to be an aggressive start from Trap. Not all in, but aggressive. Meanwhile, I love this from Firefly. He's walling off. Not fully walled off yet, but the idea of, there we go, the pylon gets thrown down. These Adepts, they do nothing. They can do nothing here. Sure, they can threaten the wall, but we have plenty to defend. And the Adepts, they cannot touch the mineral line. That's one threat dealt with, but what about the Oracle? What about the Oracle Harass? As the sentry takes a lot of damage. Firefly, oh boy, did overextend a little bit there. He was out of range of the shield battery, but it does save that sentry in the end. Going for the hallucination. Now this hallucination will get eyes on the Stargate, so we can prepare for the Oracle back at home. But is it going to be enough time? There we go. The Oracle is spotted. Oracle is spotted, and what does Firefly have in the main? We do need Stalkers, maybe even a shield battery. I mean, the shield battery would be ideal. Stalker's going to need to be in position. We have sentries protecting that natural. The pylon is going to go down. The Adepts, they're breaking in. Uh-oh. The Adepts, they are breaking through. And Trap, he's looking for that economic damage. There we go. Adepts shading towards the natural, but we do not commit. Firefly's in position. Likewise in position in the main base as well. Ooh, Trap, a little bit too greedy, but he does escape. He gets one probe. But it cost him a lot for that one worker. That was a lot of hull damage dealt to Trap. Let's get the hell out of there. Behind this, getting into his second Oracle. Again, two Oracles, one-shot probes, so this is a much more threatening force here to the main base of Firefly. Blink on the way behind this. Firefly still maintains his economic lead, slightly. As we do see Trap coming in once again. The wall is open at the natural adepts. They threaten to shade towards that mineral line. We will commit! Yeah, we commit to the natural. One probe goes down, second probe as well. The Oracles, they try to bust into the main, but we are in position. Good defense by Firefly, but 3 probes go down for 2 adepts. That was a good trade here for Trap. Was a good trade. And behind this, we're going for a third. Okay, we're settling into a longer game. We're settling into the mid game. We're trying to get there, I should say. With Blink, with third bases, with additional gateways, with upgrades, with Robotech, we're heading there. We're heading there. Speaking of Firefly, the first to third and the third. Hallucination confirms the probe, but not the base itself. The base thrown down after the hallucination falls. So good move there, good positioning from Trap. So Firefly is a little bit in the dark. A little bit. From here, Trap reinforcing. Again, just going to be harassing with these Oracles. What's important is that these Oracles are still alive, so they can still threaten that mineral line. They still have that one-shot potential. That's going to be keeping a lot of supply busy for Firefly, and at the same time, we're moving out with our main Stalker force. Looks like we will catch that hallucination. Barely not, as we're not going for it. We're actually moving out, trying to drag the vision away from Firefly. Firefly is in position. Blink does finish for both players. Trap gets a sentry. Ooh, but loses a Stalker. But the Oracles, they get into the natural base. Firefly dragged out of position. We get 4 probe kills. 1 Oracle goes down, but there's still 1 alive. And just like that, Trap takes a worker lead. I mean, it did take quite a lot to make that happen, but he does take a worker lead, getting to his third. +1 is on the way. We have yet to tech up into something like Charge or Templar Archives. We should be getting there eventually. I mean, I say we should be. We could just commit to Mass Blink Stalker into Disruptor. But more often than not, we do see kind of refinement here to get into Charge, though to get into Immortals. We'll see what direction our player is going. Speaking of Charge, yep, there it is. We have Charge on the way for both Trap and Firefly. Now that we have our third bases up and running, gases are being taken as well. At least gases from the side of Firefly. Trap has yet to invest into too many. Interesting. But now just probing up. Once we get into Zealots, then we could see a transition into Archon production to help deal with the Zealots of our opponent. 4th base is spotted from the side of Trap, Firefly taking his own 4th as a response. Again, scan the 4th base, tells Firefly that, okay, you're going for a longer game, I'm safe to expand myself, there's no like 3 base all incoming. I say that, but Trap still hasn't taken his gases at his 3rd, and he has only taken 1 gas at his natural. This doesn't look like he's going to be too tech heavy, this looks very Zealot heavy instead. So my eyes are definitely on Trap at the moment. We'll see when he does end up taking those gases. Now going into +2, getting a second Forge for armor upgrades to help his Mass Zealots. If Firefly can tech up into Archons, then that's going to be a massive kind of swing in favor of Firefly. Massive tech advantage, I should say. Like, the scary thing about Mass Charge Lot is that throw in like 2-3 Archons and can ruin a Protoss player's day. But now Stalkers are moving out. We're only revealing the Stalkers. Poking up the ramp. Firefly's in position. Firefly going for a Dark Shrine. Let's go. The Invisible Man gonna be on the way. I'm here for the DTs. Meanwhile, we can see Trap just vying for map control, shutting down the detection. Prism's on the way to reinforce Trap. He's going to be pushing, and again, he is only on 3 gases. He is going to be committed with this army. And can Firefly hold? So again, when it comes to army supplies, it's in favor of Trap. Unfortunately, Firefly doesn't have any Immortals. He doesn't have any Archons. It's Gateway Army versus Gateway Army. And again, the numbers are in favor of Trap. Just waiting for that War Prism. We don't want to go for an anti-timing. I believe the Prism is also lined up with +2. So there's going to be a window here where we have the Warp Prism to reinforce on the front lines, and Trap has +2 over the +1 of Firefly. And here we go, we're going in. It's going to be all or nothing here for Trap. Now taking his gases at his 4th, to be fair. 4 more gates on the way. That's a lot of gateways. And interesting, we're going for the Prism to harass on the right-hand side. We're not reinforcing the main army. Firefly blinks in, goes for the force field. Gets a couple of free zealots. Good pickups here by Firefly. Very nicely done. We have Shadow Stride on the way for those Dark Templar for Firefly. +2 is about to finish up in 5 seconds. Trap, he did miss his window. He missed that window of opportunity. The Prism is coming in. Big reaction from Firefly. Does manage to warp in time. And we see Trap pushing towards the 4th. The Prism, though, under fire. We get the revelation on the main army. We dive on in. We need those zealots. For now, Firefly relying on pure Stalker. You see the Trap, he's just getting into more upgrades. +3. Another Nexus. But again, Trap did take additional gases we can tech, and there's that tech. Robo and a base on the way. So it looks like Trap, he has recognized he cannot break Firefly. If there was a window to push in, the window is closed. And Trap is aware of that, so he's backing off. He's going for Robo in the bay. That looks like Disruptor production. Could be Colossus, but most likely Disruptor. So Trap is going to be refining his army eventually, but now the ball is in Firefly's court. Now Firefly has survived. He's gotten away with. Now DT's waddling out. A larger army now. As Firefly did have the better economy. Now we're pushing in. And Firefly working with a lot of Blink Stalkers. Remember, Blink is done for the Dark Templar. Firefly moving out across the map, but there are so many cannons. That's a lot of cannons, man. Only 1 cannon here at the 3rd base, so we're going for some production. We're going for the buildings. Cannons are finishing up. And observers are in position as well. They are in position. These Dark Templar, they're not the best investment here from Firefly. They don't achieve too much. Disruptors are on the way. Ooh, but Firefly catches a couple of free Stalkers there. There's what, 3 Stalkers going down. And yeah, Firefly is basically almost a pure Stalker army here. Trading against these Zealots, blinking away. Trap on the move, unable to catch up. Catching a couple of units here and there as we go for a big Zealot DT counterattack. That is Nartosis Pylon, by the way! And the Pylon does go down, Nova goes off. Decent, pretty good connections actually, but there's still Dark Templar. They're wreaking havoc at that 5th base. And they're going ham at the same time. Trap pushing forward, rushing into the main army of Firefly. Firefly looks like he might get a kill on that Nexus. And he has more than enough. With an overcharge, with static defense, Firefly will deflect this. As thus they get thrown away, we catch a couple of Stalkers before they recall. But the recall will save the base. Not bad. The base survives, and more importantly, Trap didn't really lose too many workers. He did preserve his economy, his probe counts. Now we have Disruptors. They've come out. They've arrived. Here we go. Nova's going to be going off and up. Ooh, decent connection. We catch a couple of Stalkers. We have 2 Novas left. 4 in total. Just used 2. We have another 2 remaining. We blink on the armor. We do focus down those Disruptors. Ooh, 1 massive Nova goes off. We targeted the wrong Disruptor. Big connection. And is 1 connection all we need? I mean, the problem here is that, as Disruptors are rallying into their deaths, is that it was only 1 Nova going off. But Trappy catches 2 Disruptors. As Firefly also trying to get into that kind of army. DT's coming in, getting a pylon, not getting too much more. And do we go for a base trade? We are! Trap turns around. And Trap, he does flinch, he turns back around. And he wants to catch these Stalkers. Zealot's doing a lot here. And Firefly trying to reinforce. Risky move, but the warp in does complete. Disruptor moves forward, and the Disruptor does walk into its death. But Trap, it looks like he has a little bit too much. Focuses down the Prism. Firefly has to retreat. Again, upgrades are neck and neck. The disruptors have been a little bit lackluster for both players. There's been like one good Nova from Trap, and that's it so far. We've been bleeding out a lot. Never forcing a blink. But again, the game has been very chaotic. Now things are settling down a little bit. We dabble the disruptor. Good target firing here out of Trap. Gets the disruptor. Trap, he has momentum. He keeps pushing. But pushing into all the stacked defense, it's not an easy thing to do. He rotates around and catches some of these cannons. Forces an overcharge. See Firefly trying to come in from behind. Nova once again. Oh! Ooh, will not connect. It looks like Trap may just have too much. And more disruptors coming to reinforce. There are some DTs, but we have detection. And that's the big problem here is that Firefly, he committed so much to so many Dark Templar throughout this game, and they just have not been worth it. It was a big investment. And likewise, Trap getting into disruptors that much faster, taking some better trades, breaks the 5th base. Now, Firefly isn't out of this yet. He still has a comparable army. He's going for a Zealot run by. Again, the mass stack defense for Trap is paying off so well. Nova does not go off. No connections. Good target firing once again at the Trap. And he's now gaining access here to the 4th base. Firefly, can he save it? Oh, he grazed some of those Stalkers. DTs do bust into the natural. Probes are going down, but there it is. GG gets called. Firefly, he just did not have enough to hold on there. And Trap takes game number 2. We have a tied up series. GG, well played. We have a tied up series, 1-1. Trap showing us that, hey, if we can get into a longer game, if we can get into Stalker Disruptor, then he can have a little bit more momentum, or more of a fighting chance here against Firefly. Game 1 was a failed all-in. Here in game 2, we got into the mid-game. We got into a more macro game as well. I think what I need to praise Trap in here is recognizing when he had to transition. Remember, Trap was pretty all in. Like, Trap was very committed with this mass zealot style. He stayed on 3 gases for so long, and when he moved out with his maxed out army, or I think it was around like 180 supply, when he saw the force that Firefly was working with, and when Firefly was able to keep up with his rotations, Trap backed off, threw down a Robo, threw down a Bay, got into disruptors. Like, he was so quick to make that decision and take his gases, of course, to be able to afford all of that. And yeah, Trap was able to more seamlessly get into disruptors. Firefly a little bit behind in that respect because he went into DTs instead. DTs that didn't do anything. Another big moment for Trap, or another big deciding factor, was how much stack defense he had. Like, whenever DT showed up to a base, there were multiple cannons, multiple shield batteries. Like, Trap was safe and sound against those Dark Templar. I don't think they ever killed more than 1 probe at a time. Like, there was never any like big kill count on the left hand side, except towards the end. Towards the end when they broke into the natural. Outside of that, like, the DT harass just was not doing enough. So Trap was able to maintain himself, able to get into his army. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Trap, he's only been back 2 weeks, and again, he's taking maps off of Firefly. Not an easy thing to do. Not at all. But where will this series take us? Who will win it in the end, as we're getting into game number 3? And in the top left of Golden Aura, we have Firefly. In the bottom right, we have Trap. Let's go. Whew. Trap's blinks were so clean, for sure. I mean, we mentioned it at the time about how there was never any good purification Nova for Firefly, right? Like, he was never able to connect any good Novas, whether it was Trap avoiding those Novas or Trap diving in and focusing them down as well. On top of that, his ability to just blink against the Stalker army of his opponent was quite clean there. Firefly a little bit less so, as it was that massive nose to the face that he took earlier. But now we're settling into the ace match. Whew. Oh boy. Now, how will this story end? Where are we headed? As a reminder as well, Firefly did go for a greedier build in that last game, and Trap was able to successfully punish him and deal damage. If you remember, sorry, Firefly went for a greedy build and Trap was able to punish him. If you remember, Trap did opt to go for an Oracle response with Adepts, and he was able to harass and Able to pull apart Firefly for a moment there. Able to take a worker lead. But we'll see what kind of openers we have here in Game 3. For now, it looks like 2 gates. Oh, yeah, okay. For a moment there, I was like, wait, is there only one? It's going to be a 2-gate opener from Firefly, a 2-gate opener out of Trap. Everything is looking as it should. We'll keep an eye on the initial units here from our players. Do we go double Stalker, double Adept, double Sentry, Stalker Sentry? And we have our answer. It's going to be double Stalker from both players. Okay. Great minds think alike. With this double Stalker, we're going to be vying for map control. We're most likely going to be pushing out and trying to catch the other. We'll see who gains the high ground advantage over the opposing player. Or if we just bounce off each other. And we'll see if we make a 3rd and 4th Stalker behind this. We can see Firefly deviating, going for the Stargate. Okay. It's going to be a Stargate follow-up here from Firefly. Trap can opt to go for a faster Nexus. And with his resources building up, it looks like that's going to be the case. Oh no, I say that, but Trap, he throws down 2 more Stalkers, so it's going to be 4 Stalkers from Trap. Meanwhile, Firefly going 2 Stalker into Stargate. Nexus on the way behind this. Sentries as a delayed follow-up for our 3rd and 4th unit. Trap is expanding, not going for a 1-base all-in, but with the higher Stalker count, Trap will have map control. He can be a little bit more assertive and aggressive if he rallies everything across the map, and he is doing so. So Firefly is stuck at home. Firefly is going to be stuck at home, but he does have that Oracle to harass. As we do see Firefly able to shoot first, trading 1-for-1. He catches one of the Stalkers. Very nice. Oh my god. Bobby. Very nice force fields. We trap the 2nd Stalker. We shut it down. Good trades from Firefly. Also, did Firefly cancel his Stargate? I apologize. I swear I saw a Stargate earlier, but no Oracle, so it may have been cancelled upon seeing that Trap expanded, or that we had gone for a delayed expansion even. Robo's on the way instead from Firefly. Robo on the way. We do see Trap getting to his Twilight Council, into his Forge. Should be +1 in Blink. Standard follow-up out of Trap. Firefly getting into early Immortal production. Interesting. This is a moment where I would check to see maybe if Firefly got scouted and then he cancelled as a result. But there was no sentry, so no hallucination. Maybe just changing his mind. But this is a very early Immortal, by the way. This is not normal. You would normally never rush into an Immortal this early on unless we're planning to go for maybe a 2-base push. Yeah, Immortal first into the War Prism. Firefly is being aggressive. Now, I believe Firefly is still only on 2 gateways, but he can, or I imagine he's going to be throwing down additional gateways behind this. We shall see. Now just 2-gate aggression. Trap throwing down his own 3rd gateway. Hallucination does confirm this. So Firefly is fully aware of the Blink Stalker base play. Blink is halfway done. Hallucination. Ooh, I believe scouted the Prism. It would have been close. Here we go. Prism is moving out. And Firefly's taking a 3rd. Interesting. So it's going to be Immortal Drop Harass. Not something you see too often here. And we're just taking a 3rd. We're taking a 3rd and we're going into delayed upgrades. Okay. A very interesting style here out of Firefly. An unusual start. We'll see if it pays off. Prism is going to be slipping in. Remember, there is that Immortal inside. Oh, but there are Stalkers in position. Yeah, this is a very valuable War Prism. We cannot lose it. If we do, that may just be game. Adepts are not able to shade in. Adept shade is denied. Stalkers scouring the map, looking for that Prism. See Trap being very active. And I believe the Prism, yeah, the Prism does come back home. Like, after Firefly saw the Stalker army get the hell out of there, once again, very nice force fields here from Firefly. We took note of that even in the previous game, in Game 1. Like, Firefly's sentry control has been impressive. But here we go, Trappy does rock up, he does hit that 3rd base, shield battery goes down, but we have 2 Immortals, we even catch these Stalkers! Oh, one Stalker goes down. The other two should be able to escape just barely. But once again, efficient trade for Firefly. We're on those two Immortals. Didn't lose any workers. Got away with a third. Probing up. And now we're headed into charge. Okay, both players just calming things down, saturating their third bases, taking up even further. Now the big difference here, the big deciding factor, potentially, is that Firefly has an Immortal count. He has 3, soon to be 4 Immortals. The Blink Stalkers, or the Stalker army of Trap, is going to be in a lot of trouble here. The way this dynamic works is we're going to have to rely heavily on Zealots. Zealots do a great job at just tanking Immortal shots, tanking Stalker shots, like just being a buffer force for the Protoss army. And we're going to need them to survive 4 Immortals. Either that, or maybe some good force fields with sentries to zone the Immortals away, bearing in mind that the Immortals don't have Blink, so you can block them off. Charge is in production for Trap, but it's still on the way. We're still relying on Stalkers, and Firefly is pushing in now. Firefly has arrived. Remember, Firefly doesn't have Blink, but he does have Charge. And he's trying to dive on the army. Good force fields from Trap. Does cut Firefly off. Yeah, we're warping in 6 Zealots at a time. Waiting out those force fields before we dive in. And we're going for it. Decent force fields, but Firefly, he's not stopping. Juggling back here, cleaning up the Zealots. And he wants those Stalkers. Again, Charge, still not done for Trap. His own Zealots, not ideal to soak damage. And Trap, he's in trouble. He's falling back. He's harassing across the map, though. He's getting a lot of probe kills. But I don't think Firefly cares. I don't think he cares. He's going to get a cancel on the 4th base, but he's not content with the 4th. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throw. Boys are being pulled. The cannon is helping, but the cannon goes down and the Stalkers are exposed. And with that, these Zealots, that's going to be the death of the Stalkers. We dive on the Prism. We do barely deny the warp in, but GG gets called. The Immortal army snowballs out of control, and Firefly will take it 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here as a Firefly takes down Trap 2-0 with a very interesting build. Winding it back here, it is not orthodox or is not the most normal of things to see early Immortal production. Like, the random Immortal Prism drop was a very interesting opener. Didn't really lead to anything, but what it did lead to was early Immortal production. We built up towards 4 Immortals. That was a terrifying Immortal count that Firefly was working with. And Trap, unfortunately, needed a little bit more time for Charge. We spoke about it. The big counter to that, or the big way to counteract a massive Immortal-based army, is typically with those Charge lots. And Charge was, I want to say 10 seconds. I think it was like 15 seconds away from finishing, and around 10 seconds by the time all the Zealots died. We needed a little bit more time there for Charge to kick in, and that would have helped so much in that defense, whether it comes to engaging and even retreating as well. Unfortunately for Trap, Firefly came in just before that happened and went for the kill. GG. GG, well played. My condolences to Trap, but I mean, KungFu Cup is very cutthroat like that. It is very brutal, very unforgiving. And congratulations to Firefly as he does move on. Whew. And here we go. We're now getting into our next matchup. We're going to be catching up with Firefly a little bit later on. He will be advancing on in the bracket to face off against his next opponent. Firefly going to be facing off against, Coffee in the next round. Unfortunately, the clean feed, I should say, did not follow Firefly into Coffee. I would have loved to have seen that, but they're going to be playing off stream. And we're going to be diving into a TVT between Ryung and Oliveira. Oh boy. Here we go. We used to get a lot more TVTs last patch, when it comes to casting, I should say, but yeah, it's a matchup that we haven't seen enough of as of late. So I'm happy to dive in. Happy to dive into this Terran versus Terran matchup. Here we go. Huh. And spawning in the top left, we do have Ryung. And at the bottom right, we have Oliveira for Dragon Kaizi Gaming. Of course, Ryung on Team Vitality. Again, these observers, they don't give us the time. they just go in, papi. There's no foreplay. There's no warm-up. Just go in and dive into the game. For now, standard openers here. I say that we'll see where our players deviate and whether we go for more aggressive or economic builds. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Again, as we dive into this TVT, Ryung is a TVT specialist. He's a TVT sniper. He's the Clem Crusher, as he was dubbed during the last season of WTL. For those that did not watch World Team League, you would not have seen Ryung pop off and be the player, be the MVP, actually, of the finals, where we had Team Vitality, or at the time it was Onside, versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they made it all the way to the finals. This was when Clem was peaking. This was post DreamHack Atlanta. If you remember last year, Clem was our DreamHack Atlanta champion, and he was on top of the world. He was arguably the best Terran in the world at the time, and he was on a tear. He was carrying his team, Team Liquid, through the playoffs of WTL. He almost single-handedly took down some big teams, some big names, including Basilisk with Cyril at the time. And they went up in the finals against Onside, and Maru couldn't stop Clem. Solar couldn't stop Clem. You know who could? Ryung. Ryung could stop Clem. And he was the MVP of those finals, and yeah, he got a lot of praise for it. Well deserved, to be honest. And again, he shows us that even though there are a lot of players in Korea or in the world that overshadow Ryung, not just Maru, but players like Byeon and Kyor and Gumiho. Like, a lot of people think of other Terran players first when they think of the top Terrans in the world. But Ryung, he still can go toe-to-toe with the best of them out there. Even these young boys like Clem, for example, even though they might be quick, they might be fast. In a TVT matchup, your speed doesn't matter as much. I would say the biggest reason why Ryung is so good at TVT is because it's very positional based. It's very positional based. Like, you can be up in supply, you can be faster than your opponent, but the reality is that if you're outpositioned, if your opponent's able to get a siege on you, if he's able to, again, outposition you, then he can make up for a supply deficit as well. And that has always been Ryung's strong suit, not just his positional play, but also his map awareness and map vision. Being able to read you, read your movement. That is typically where Ryung's strong suits lie, and why he's been so successful in TVT. On the same side, though, we have Oliveira, of course, our reigning world champion. Oliveira, he's an amazing player in his own right. I would say that, of course, post his IEM run, Oliveira, he hasn't been able to kind of live up to those highs that he once did. But at the same time, like, we've spoken about this before, like, the months after IEM Katowice were really unfortunate for Oliveira. And it was just out of his own control. If you remember, last year, Oliveira, because of visa issues, he couldn't participate in DreamHack Yeongshiping. So he didn't play in DreamHack Yeongshiping. Because of his visa issues, he couldn't travel to Home Story Cup. So he also didn't play in Home Story Cup. And because of that, I think Oliveira has been vocal about this. That kind of like killed his motivation. And like right after that IEM Katowice win, yeah, there was just nothing he could play in. Like, he just couldn't play, he couldn't travel, and he was smudging quite a bit. He was a little bit demotivated. Now he's back, of course. It's a year later. Oliveira, he's back on that horse. Visa issues are a thing of the past now, and he's been able to travel freely and compete more, and Oliveira has been on that rise once again. And we'll see where this takes us. So far, we're getting into our expansions, of course, on our 2-base setup. We can see Oliveira threatening with a drop. Ryung did open up Banshee. This makes a lot of sense. Amongst the Korean Terrans, when I say Korean Terrans, I mean Maru and Byeon. This Banshee-based opener in this matchup has been quite popular, quite trendy. It's only a single Banshee, by the way, just to harass, and it can do a surprising amount of damage. Again, Maru does look to Ryung for a lot of coaching, and so it makes sense that they would play similar styles and similar builds. Meanwhile, the drop barely escapes. Oh my god, Papi. The drop barely escapes here. I mean, Ryung was in position, he gets 4 SCV kills, and the Banshee escapes. This is what we spoke about. The Banshee doesn't even have Cloak, and it's only a single Banshee, but it has already done a good amount of damage. It is paying for itself, keeping Oliveira busy back at home, and we're going in for another SCV kill. We do get a 5th worker, not quite a 6th. And there's that medevac that did survive again on, what, 1 shot away from going down, 7 HP. Phew. Would have been a different game if it did fall, but thankfully Oliveira does escape, does get away. From here, we're getting into our Raven production, of course, into our Biotank. It's going to be Biotank versus Biotank. Now, Ryung does dabble in mech, I will say. He does dabble in mech from time to time in TVT, so at some point in this series, that could be a factor. Oliveira's done so as well, but less prevalent than Ryung. I don't want to, like, make anyone smudge yet, saying, like, oh, mech is coming soon. No. It's a possibility here for Game 2 or potentially even Game 3. So have that in the back of your mind. As for now, the Banshee's going to be rotating around. We are looking to contain, looking to delay the third base. Speaking of, Oliveira is getting into his third, trying to land a little location. Ryung is in position to try and punish it, but only 2 Cyclones. Oliveira should be able to break out and should be able to take his expand. Good kiting so far with the Cyclones. Banshee comes in from behind. Heads for that main base, and once again, we already had 5 kills earlier. We get 6, 7, 8 SCV kills, 9 worker kills, 10 workers even, my apologies, for that one Banshee, and the Banshee still on high HP, still survives. And here comes the main push from Ryung. Moving out towards that third base, he's got Ravens topped up with energy. 2 Ravens as opposed to the 3 of Oliveira. Can he hold on? Again, Ryung, he's hoping that Oliveira overcommits to his defense in his main. This Banshee has been annoying, and if Oliveira, if he pulls too much to the main base to defend, then his third is going to be exposed. Ravens are coming in. Ooh, we don't commit yet. Oliveira, he scans, he gets eyes on this, he sees the main army. Oliveira pulling, oh, I was going to say pulling back. Okay, pushing forward. And finally, we make a Viking, and the Banshee goes down. But again, this Banshee got 10 worker kills. It forced a reaction, forced delayed mining time, forced back some of the army, the drop play as well. It more than paid for itself. So a very good build, or good start so far by Ryung. But this is still up in the air. Again, it's still positional based. As long as Oliveira can catch this main army, as long as he can be where he needs to, then he can hold, he can recover. Ryung getting within range of the gas. Getting a lot of hits in. And Gas Guys is going to be going down. You can see Oliveira getting ready to surround and shut down this army. Going for the stim. A big anti-armor missile. We disable one of the tanks. We disable the second and the third tank as well. Ravens are going down. It looks like Oliveira, he may barely have enough. It's close, but it looks like he doesn't. Ryung holds. Ryung, he barely holds on the tanks. They get out of stasis. Ryung maintains this position, continues to go for the drop, continues to push in. That big tank volley's going off. The one tank, ooh, barely survives. And I feel like now is the time to back off. Like, Ryung has done well here. Yeah, time to retreat, time to, you know, take our win and make sure we don't throw away too much. Ryung calming things down. I say calming down, he backs off for a moment, he makes it look like he's retreating, but we're going for a second push. We're going for a split push here from Ryung. An army towards the left, a drop towards the right, and Oliveira does not see, doesn't know. Now, Oliveira does leave 3 tanks at his third base, but the tanks are looking very exposed from the last we saw. Ryung, can he sneak up on this? Can he sneak up on these tanks? Goes for the scan, they'll see them in position, and we're going for the drop. Do we go for the third? Do we go for the main? Oliveira going for his counter scan. He misses the main army, but there's the Marines waiting in the main. And 1 full medevac goes down. Big pick off the tank as well. Ooh, and Ryung, he fell for the bait. Oliveira was ready for this, and he shuts down 3 full medevacs. Big cleanup here by Oliveira. Very nicely done. Ryung had momentum on his side. No longer. Now, what is scary is that Ryung just lost 3 full medevacs, and now the supplies are even. It goes to show how far ahead Ryung was, but you can also see how quickly a lead can just fall in its face, and you can recover in TVT. Whether it's positional base play or, again, things like drops, it's quite risky and can be punished quite hard. So Oliveira is still in this, taking a 4th base. Ryung was the first to take a 4th, and Ryung does have an economic lead. We have 77 workers to 69. Nice. Ryung is already on 4 base saturation. Ooh, meanwhile, Oliveira does sneak up on that 4th. Ryung out of position. And that's going to be a kill on the planetary. It's so close. Can we save it? And Ryung, he does dive forward. 5 SCVs go down, but we save the CC. Whew. Command center barely is saved. Ryung can keep pushing, but his army has been spotted. Oliveira likewise moving out. And will the armies clash, or will they pass by each other? That's a question. Oliveira coming back in with his drop. But the planetary is done. It's safe and sound. Oliveira, he misses the army. We're going for the base trade. Ryung, he's diving into the natural, nothing in position, and Oliveira, does he turn around or does he commit? He commits. We're going for a base trade. Aye. Again, Oliveira barely missing the main army, but that tank in the main base is getting a lot of shots off. And Marines are getting annihilated. Oliveira, he holds onto his main. At the same time, breaks the natural of Ryung. Tank shot's going to be going off. Again, Oliveira still holding onto the main. Likewise, so is Ryung. He also has tanks sieged up in his own main. Third base is denied for both players. Yeah, with all of these Vikings, that's a kill on the third orbital. I believe Oliveira survived, did get away with this third orbital. Did float. In a very tense situation. Both players on 2 base economy. Ryung has his 4th up and running. Oliveira has his own 4th as well. He wants to kill the CC. Up! Can he get it? It's so close and he does not. The command center barely survives. Meanwhile, Oliveira gets a kill in the 4th. Now it's 1 base from Ryung versus 2 base from Oliveira. Oliveira still has his 4th. Still mining. Fully operational. Big tank volleys going off though. Ooh. Oliveira bleeds out a tank. Oh, that's a massive... Oh my god, Ryung! Ryung, he does have the supply lead. Moving out with his reinforcements. Now, this will mean that the main base of Ryung is exposed. Like, Ryung, he has almost nothing at home to defend. He has a handful of Marines, no tanks. Ryung turning back around, though. He wants to collapse on these tanks of Oliveira. I think he can. Oliveira, he's exposed, and he's about to be pounced upon. Yeah, Ryung, he does dive in. Big tank volleys going off. Well, this is a brutal trade. But Ryung, he cleans up the tanks, cleans up the high ground as well. Oliveira plummeting in army supply. Like, the soup does lie here. Oliveira, he's up in supply overall, but that's SCVs. That's workers. That is not army. Good drop, though. Good drop by Oliveira. Cleans up some tanks. Forces Ryung back. Ryung catching some of the Vikings. And Ryung, he does have that slide supply lead. But because of the economy from Oliveira, he's actually producing. Look at the production tab. The boys are being pulled. Ryung is completely all in, and Oliveira, all he has to do is survive. All he has to do is defend. Easier said than done. Now, killing the 4th base is a bait. Like, Ryung, he has to go for the kill. He has to go for the main army and dive into the main. Because Oliveira is still producing. And he has 3-4 tanks lined up. How do we push into this? I don't think Ryung can. Yeah, he cannot push into this. GG gets called, and Oliveira takes game number 1. Whew. Happy. GG, well played. A very chaotic game. Very back and forth. Did lead to a base trade. Ryung had certain advantages, but despite that, Oliveira was so quick to shut down the natural, the 3rd, and more importantly, the 4th base. Ryung didn't touch the 4th of Oliveira. That meant that Oliveira, even though he was having some rough fights, even though he was having some rough trades, Oliveira was still producing. He was still producing. He was rebuilding, remaxing. Ryung wasn't. And with that, Oliveira was able to take it in the end, was able to outproduce his opponent, able to stabilize in the end, and GG. Well, that was a wild game. That was a wild back and forth. Remember, that started with a 10 SCV kill Banshee from Ryung as well. Like, there was a lot of back and forth. If you remember, a key moment here in this game was when Oliveira caught the triple drop. If you recall, Ryung went for a triple drop into the main base when he was ahead, and Ryung lost everything. Like, he lost all 3 medevacs, he lost tanks, medevacs, Marines. It was a brutal loss there, and that was when Oliveira turned the tables. But here we go, we're diving into game 2. Bottom left, we have Ryung. Top right, Oliveira. Here we go. Catching with the chat. I think the drop loss for free was the decider. The drop loss for free, well, that was like the moment that Oliveira started to come back, right? That was like when Ryung lost his lead, when Oliveira did have a bit more going for him. That was a big moment. I'm still a bit salty that many fans cause a fuss about Clem not being MVP. I mean, it made sense, right? Because for those that are curious what we're referring to WTL and how Ryung was crowned the MVP. There's an I would say that there's an argument for both players, because on the one hand, Clem was kind of the MVP of the weekend, right? Because he carried his team as far as he did. But at the same time, it wasn't just Clem carrying. If you remember, Cure did his part as well. I would almost say that like Cure and Clem had like an equal part in Team Liquid's run that weekend. And they were impressive. They were very impressive as a duo. in that weekend of WTL. But at the same time, like, the hype factor of Ryung being the one to stop Clem in his tracks, like, that was, I mean, clearly from the organizers, that was an even greater story. And again, I think I can be swayed either way. I think for now I'm happy for Ryung getting that MVP title, well deserved. But like, if Clem was crowned MVP, like, I could see the argument for that as well, just because of how much he put in for his team as well. It was a good weekend. That was a good solid weekend of StarCraft, Bobby. It's good. Like, what are you joining Bolivar, Roddy, and co-casting Home Story Cup? Well, that's never happening. I would love to, don't get me wrong. But yeah, traveling to Europe from Australia of all places, I mean, you can't get more expensive than that. So I doubt I'm ever going to be invited to Home Story Cup. Of course, I could always maybe travel there on my own dime, but maybe in like 10 years after I save up. I don't know, like, maybe one day. The dream is always to be a part of that. I mean, hey, I was able to go to IEM Katowice, for example, but that was also like saving up for 5+ years ever since COVID. Maybe one day, puppy. Maybe one day, Home Story Cup. One day. But now we're getting into our openers, and we are going Reaper Hellion. Initially, Ryung pushing in. Oh, does get a Reaper. Backing off, bleeding out his zone, though. So a bit of a give-and-take trade here. Looks like Ryung, he should be able to shut down these Marines at least, and he will take down the Hellion as well. Good control by Ryung. Just out-controlling Oliveira. Shuts him down. Denies mining in the natural, getting an SCV kill. Very nice start for Ryung. Behind this, Ryung takes a worker lead. We're getting into our tank production. We are settling in. I think the biggest thing about that MVP title as well is even though I'm saying that I could be swayed one way or another whether it should have been Ryung or Clem, what I would never do is complain and and say that a player didn't deserve it, like, regardless of the choice being made. Like, that I understand is like frustrating and annoying to see that players would try to say that like Ryung would be undeserving of that title, for example. Like, screw that. Like, they're clowns, Spikey. They're clowns. Meanwhile, we do see our drop across the map. Ooh, the tank shot going in favor of Ryung, though. Tank is going to go down, but Oliveira does focus down quite a number of SCVs. It's going to be 5 workers falling. It's going to be an expensive trade, but Ryung forced to evacuate his natural base as well. 6 SCVs, 7 SCVs going down. Good damage dealt here by Oliveira. Again, did cost him a tank, but this is well worth it. Getting 7 workers and so much less mine time, even on the mules. Oof, that is brutal. Again, the drop came in just as Ryung was moving out. Ay, ay, ay. So a rough follow-up there from Ryung. Drop coming back in. This time Ryung is in position. He has his Marines, has his medevac. Does force back the drop. As the dust settles, Oliveira takes a worker lead, going for his Liberator harass. Both players are taking their 3rd bases. Both players are working towards a 3rd CC. And we're getting into Biotank, thankfully. Biotank from both sides. Scan does confirm this. Mentioned before that it is not unheard of to see either of these players go into mech. Not going to be the case this time. Not going to be the case. Drop is deterred, but the drop, it's really a distraction, because here comes the Liberation into the main. Freedom has arrived. SCVs are going to be going down. Late reaction out of Ryung. Oof. Losing 3, 4, soon to be 5 SCVs. Oliveira popping off here. 5 worker kills. Liberated to survive. Could be parked here behind that main base, and here comes the main push. The main push is spotted. Ryung is aware. He's trying to get in position. Tank on the high ground. Ooh, but Oliveira gets within range. Tank goes down. Raven going to be bullied as well. Where's the anti-air? Raven falls. And Ryung is falling apart. He's falling apart here in the early game. bleeding out too many SCVs, bleeding out too many tanks. A Raven as well. He's down to 1 Raven, but we have the Viking lead. Ryung, how does he push in? He doesn't. And the tanks, they're here on the low ground. They're out of position. We drop into the main. And we camp the production. Raven goes down. Interesting disable here. Tank does make it to the high ground. But we camp the production. GG gets called, and Oliveira snowballs out of control here in the early game, taking down Ryung 2-0. Whew. GG, well played. It wasn't a bad start for Ryung. It was not a bad start for our blue Terran, but unfortunately that drop was brutal. The initial drop that got into the natural did so much economic damage, and that set the pace. That set the pace for Oliveira, followed by the Liberation harass, the initial tank drop as well, and Oliveira just never allowed Ryung to stabilize, never let him really find his footing there, and Oliveira just very quickly took advantage of Ryung, just catching him out of position multiple times. GG, well played. Oliveira takes down Ryung 2-0. Very well done, very nicely played here. A big win here for Oliveira, and Ryung does bow out. Again, it was a brutal series. I mean, game 1 was close. Game 1 was so close, so back and forth. Here in game 2, less so. Game 2 was, Oliveira just, spicing things up early on and getting out of hand. Catching Ryung off guard and taking the win very, very quickly, very fast. Congratulations. With this, Oliveira advances on into the next round. He does advance on to face off against Creator in the round of 16. Oh boy. And we are going to be following Oliveira into that next series. So up next is Creator versus Oliveira in that Protoss versus Terran matchup. Now, I promise you we're getting Zerg at some point. It's been nothing but Protoss and Terran so far in this broadcast, and eventually we're going to feature some Zerg. Don't you worry. We'll get there eventually. Maybe. When it comes to Zerg players out there, I believe Solar just took down Su 2-0, I think. Lambo's up against Stats. I think I saw Dark in the bracket at some point as well. We can go over that bracket later on. Hold on. Quickly just trying to have a look. I see DRG. Is Dark not in the bracket? Again, I'm just so used to seeing him. Hold on, I can switch over here. I'm just so used to seeing Dark in the bracket. I see DRG, Classic. Yeah, no Dark. Okay, so this week Dark did not compete. That is a big blow to Zerg. Usually Dark is the player that's going for a deep run in these events, and for Dark not to be here, yeah, that does explain why Protoss and Terran would be a little bit more prevalent. I also don't see Raynor. I could be blind, but I don't see Raynor in this bracket either. So it's a big bracket, Papi. It's a big bracket. Okay. But regardless, Creator versus Oliveira is going to be coming up next. And speaking of, here we go. Sorry, I'm just setting up the game. Just setting things up. Oh, beautiful. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Oliveira for KranKy Gaming. And in the bottom right, we have Creator for Club Envy. Whew. Of course, Creator, we did cast him yesterday. If you were here for it, we did bring back the Club Envy X Ducklings Showdown. And we had a best of 7 between Creator and Bunny. And Creator struggled a little bit more than I would have thought he would have. I guess this is spoilers if you missed out. I do recommend watching the VODs. It was a fun series. It was a great best of 7. But it did end a little bit early. As Bunny did take it in a much more dominant fashion. Creator did struggle last night, so I'm curious if that's a little bit telling to Creator's overall PVT, or if that was a one-off. If that was maybe just Creator having a rough day. I do remember that what happened in that series, I think it was in game number 2, where Bunny, he won the game in like 3 or 4 minutes. Basically what happened was that Bunny opened up a Reactor Reaper Hellion, and the wall was open, so he busted into the natural, he killed probes, and the game ended. The game did end, and it was shortly thereafter that Creator asked for a break. And he was, you know, I do think affected a little bit. Like it was a rough game, and I would not be surprised if it was a little bit upset after that, and a little bit shaken after that game as well. That does happen, and maybe that's, you know, why the series turned out the way that it did. We'll see though. We'll see how Creator does respond to Oliveira. How they compare to each other. I see in the chat. Oh, siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry. Welcome again. We're in our third series of the night. We will be having a break before the semis. We have a couple more matches here ahead of us, a couple of like round of 16 and quarterfinals matches ahead of us, and after that we'll be having a break before the semis and the finals. Because this is KungFu Cup, we'll be casting both semifinals. Bear that in mind. We'll be covering both semis, so plenty more matches ahead of us. As we see Creator going for his opener, meanwhile Oliveira going for a 3cc. Oh my god. Now we have seen a rise in popularity of 3cc in TVP. Creator going for a blink-based opener, but Oliveira going for a third CC before second racks and before the factory. Very greedy build here by Oliveira. We saw Bunny do this, we've seen Bjorn do this, we've seen Clem do this. Like this, I'm not saying that like this is done every game, but in a series, it's quite common to see this at some point in a best of 3 or a best of 5. 3cc into 3 racks. The other player that comes to mind, Nicaract. Fun fact, we casted a lot of Nicaract over the weekend in Tuna Cup, for example, and also I believe in WTL. And Nicaract almost exclusively went for this kind of build. 3cc 3 racks in his Terran versus Protosses as of late. So Nicaract clearly like practicing what the other top Terrans have been flexing as well. Now the way this works is obviously it's a very greedy build. If Creator goes 4-gate blink, and he is going 4-gate blink by the way, let's go. Okay, 4-gate blink out of Creator. Now this is a very aggressive style, a very aggressive build from Creator, and this is designed to punish greed. So I want to favor Creator in saying that I have seen Terran players, I think it was Bjorn last week during ESL Open Cup Asia, defend with this build against 4-gate blink. So I'm curious to how this dynamic works. I want to give the edge to Creator, but I'm curious how many Marauders Oliveira is going to have. Now the reason why I want to favor Creator here is because it's a 3 racks follow-up, no tanks. 0 tank production here from Oliveira. He has to rely on Marines and Marauders, and because it's 3cc into 3 racks, there's no medevacs either. So there's no sustain for the buyer. We're going into fast stim, that is true. Stim is going to be very quick here for the Terran player, and that will help. That will be a factor in this upcoming fight. But we'll see if Oliveira can minimize his losses, can hold on. Otherwise, things can very quickly escalate out of control. Bearing in mind, Stim is still a couple of seconds away. I say a couple, it's still a ways off. Stim is still a ways off, and Creator, he's coming. Blink is done. Uh-oh. Here we go. Creator is pushing out. Prism has right, which means we have high ground vision. We can dive into the main base. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Oliveira, as he is amassing more Marines and Marauders. The Shade does confirm. Stim is about to finish. We're almost there. Creator's pushing in. He is spotted. We're diving on top of that bunker. Yeah, the repairs are too late. The bunker goes down. You can see their late reaction from Oliveira. Boys are being pulled. We have Stim. We do have Stim just in time. And we're going for the Prism. The Prism is going to be sniped. Massive pick off there. The Prism goes down. Boys are falling. That was a big Stim there for Oliveira. And remember, every Stim counts. There is no sustain for this. But we're shutting down a lot of these stalkers. Remember, there are no reinforcements. No more War Prism. Oliveira holds. Oliveira does hold. It did cost him 6 SCVs, but remember, he can afford to lose workers because it was a 3cc build. Because of the fast third base, he already had a higher worker count. Bearing in mind, despite losing 6 SCVs, Oliveira is still ahead in the worker count, which is insane. Oliveira still has a worker lead. And yeah, something very similar here happened with that Bjorn game where the 4-gate blink occurred, but when Stim finished, Bjorn was able to hold on. Oliveira doing the same, but as I say that, Creator doubling down did rebuild that War Prism. Rebuilt the Prism, still pushing in, still trying to contain. Bunker was not rebuilt. Medevacs have arrived though. Creator has to retreat. Behind this we have a third Nexus on the way for Creator. Ooh, a lot of Stalkers go down. Again, that Stim completion was huge for Oliveira. And Oliveira still maintaining an economic lead. That Bio Army getting more terrifying. Tank production has begun, by the way. With the arrival of this tank, that's going to spell the end of the push. Oh, as Oliveira, he picks off even more Stalkers. That's 3-4 Stalkers going down. That was massive. Creator overextending. And Oliveira, he's running away with this. Like, he's ahead in economy, he's ahead in army. Creator is getting into Colossus, which will help. But I'm worried about the counterattack. That's what I'm concerned by. Prism gets into the main, but takes a lot of hits by the turret. Prism very low. And can we get it? Can we get it? Not quite. Vikings are on the way. We're going to force a recall. Creator has to get the hell out of there. Skin reveals the third base, reveals that it's not yet fully saturated. Oliveira going to be feeling pretty good. Ooh, the Prism doesn't make it out in time. Ay. Things looking from bad to worse here for Creator. And here comes Oliveira. Here comes the push. We got tanks. We got Marauders. We got Medevacs. We got Stim combat shields. +1. Everything you could ever want. And sure, we have a Colossus, but only one. Even with, I know, look, Overcharge is good. It's not that good. It's we've seen some insane overcharges as of late. We do have the second Colossus. Let's go. Can we hold on? We do throw down some force fields. We catch one Marauder with those force fields. Overcharge a bit premature. We did have to hold on to it, and the overcharge is going to run out. Here we go, Oliveira pushing in. The base getting very low. Those Marauders just going to town, and they do focus down the Nexus. The Nexus falls. We collapse on the army. Marauders are saved. And yet Creator, he crumbles before the might of Oliveira. There's just too much Terran, too much bio. GG gets called. And Oliveira takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid game there out of Oliveira. Again, I'm still on the fence about 4-gate blink as a response to 3cc 3 racks. As we saw there, I was kind of liking the position for Creator, but he did take a little bit too long. It feels like if you're going for 4-gate blink against that build, you have to be as aggressive as possible. You have to be in the face of your opponent, because there's that small window. There's that window before Stim. Once Stim kicks in, it's a different story. Because of how Marauder heavy we are, we saw Oliveira just shut that army down, and maybe it would have been a different story if Creator had saved his Warp Prism. True, that's another factor. If you remember, that Prism died very early on in the first push, and if it had survived, if we got a second Warp in, maybe we can break through. Maybe it's a different story, maybe a different game. Regardless, Oliveira, he was so quick to collapse on that, to shut the Prism down, to stop any reinforcements, and GG, well played. Oliveira does take the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Oh boy. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have Creator for Club NV. And in the bottom left, we have Oliveira for Dragon Kaizi. As we're loading into post-youth, okay, interesting, Papi, interesting. Nothing worse than a premature battery. Oh, it happens to the best of us, Papi. It happens. You just get too excited. Ah. It's understandable. It's understandable. It's okay. It's okay. Smooch. As we are settling in. Again, post-youth, of course, a very interesting map. On the one hand, it's very macro-oriented because of your secure 2 and 3 base setup. You can also take the goal base very quickly as well. Long rush distance by grounds. We've seen a lot of split map play here on post-youth. At the same time, depending on the matchup, we have seen a lot of players try to rush into the gold and try to be hyper-aggressive. Oh, the workers, they do end up encountering each other here. SCV was spotted. in a pretty interesting position. Creator comes in for the scout. It does confirm the Rax Expand setup. Only one gas was taken by Oliveira, which means he should be going for... Oh, I was going to say Oliveira should be going for a CC back at home, but no, he's going for a proxy factory. Okay, is this a proxy 111? What I mean by that is this gonna be leading into a proxy starport? Like a Hellion into a Hellion drop? That's what I'm thinking, but we'll see. We'll let Oliveira cook. Let him cook, papi. Let him cook. Again, because of the low gas count, the low gas counts, I'm leaning towards a proxy starport as well. But we'll see. Otherwise, we'd be investing into a higher gas count if we wanted to go into like something crazy like proxy tank production, for example, with the tech lab. There we go. Hellions are on the way, and yep, there it is. It is going to be the Hellion drop towards the main base. I like this on this map. So, on the one hand, we can see Creator, he's scouting. Remember, Creator, he saw the SCV early on, and he is checking vigorously here on the left-hand side. He is looking for that proxy, anticipating a proxy starport. You can see the Stalker on the right-hand side as well. He's looking, but he is not scouting. He will not find this. And Creator should be going for a greedy build. Because of post-youth, because of that those gold minerals in the main base, it's very common to just cut units. The probe is coming in, and thankfully, Creator, he will come across the proxy production, and we'll piece it all together. Whew. He sees, he knows where it is, he'll know where it's coming from, and shield battery on the way immediately. Big scout hit for Creator. Very nicely done. Whew. Again, it was very fortunate that Creator found the SCV early on. Like, it did tell him that, hold up, why are you out here already? And it was just a sign of aggression or a sign of unease. So the medevac has been spotted. Hallucination coming in. Confirms that the production is floating back home, gets eyes on the drop, and we are dropping not just with the Hellions though, with Marines as well. And can Creator hold? Again, he has a shield battery, he has an overcharge in the main base. He's keeping up with the drop. Meanwhile, Oliveira diving on the army. Hellions, they go for the mineral line. One Hellion went down. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot probes. Yeah, 2 Hellions, not enough. So far, a good split here by Creator. Ooh, a couple probes are going to be going down. They're lighting up! Oh my god! So many of them in the red, so many of them in the orange. 2 probes go down, but only 2 workers. Overcharge gets popped. Whew, and Creator holds. That could have been so much worse. Again, if we only kept that 1 Hellion alive, there were 3 Hellions and 1 Hellion died immediately. If it had survived a little bit longer, if we had 1 extra volley, you saw how low those probes were. I mean, that was so close to going down. But Creator does defend, and now Creator is in a good position. The reason why, well, we delayed the CC. So Oliveira, he delayed his natural, and he's just now finishing it in favor of the factory and starports. Didn't really do enough damage. On top of that, the factory and starport were floating back home, which meant they weren't doing anything. No add-ons, no production, no nothing. Because of that, Creator has a massive worker lead. 38 probes to 29 SCVs. You can see that Oliveira, he's rushing to a 3rd CC. He has to. He has to be greedy. He has to cut corners. He has to rush into that 3rd to make up for his late natural. Now, what I will say, even though the natural is late, because it's post-youth, it's a little bit more of a valuable natural because of the gold minerals, so that's going to help. On the flip side, though, Creator also has that base, so it's not really helping Oliveira too much as Creator has the same amount of greed available to him. Hallucination comes in, we get eyes on the 3rd CC, we get eyes on the 211 setup, on stim researching. Creator sees everything, and it's going to be on Creator to contain Oliveira. I don't think he's going to try to break him, but sure, Oliveira took a fast 3rd CC, but what use is that 3rd if we can't actually expand? So I feel like the goal here is to just move out, reinforce, and try and delay the 3rd base for as long as Creator can. We'll see how long that's going to be. Meanwhile, we're rushing into Storm. Again, we can see that Creator is actually being very tech-heavy. He rushed into the Temple Archive, Storm, going for delayed gateways, Twilight Council, charges on the way. Basically, Creator, he delayed his gateways just because he knew that he didn't need them. Just being as efficient as possible. Aware that Oliveira is stuck at home. As Creator is getting his 3rd. getting it fully saturated. High Templar gathering energy. And we do even have that Robo on the way just for some detection. The Prism eventually getting into Colossus production. Creator is looking quite comfortable. Looking very comfortable. And you can see here that Creator, he actually decided not to reinforce too hard. Again, it's only 3 Stalkers. So he's really only getting eyes on the third base. He's not really threatening it. Yeah, he does pull back. Now Oliveira takes the third. Later than he could have. Again, because it was only 3 Stalkers, he could have tried to be a little bit greedier here, but he just didn't know. Didn't know how much Creator had to work with. As Creator is taking a 4th towards his opponent. And now that all these upgrades are finishing, now Creator can be aggressive. Now he can warp in. And now he can move out. Now, I'm liking the tank positioning here for Oliveira. He's covering his 3rd from the high ground. Again, he's only got those 2 tanks. Bay is on the way. Interesting. So I assumed the Creator, he was going to hit a storm timing. I assumed that he was going to move out on these 3 bases while he expands and try to break the 3rd. But we see more tech. We see a 2nd Forge. We see a Bay for Colossus production. We see more side defense being thrown down. Looks like Creator isn't actually pushing towards the 3rd. Looks like he's just building up even further and trying to get further ahead. It's a bold move. Like, now he's moving out, but Oliveira's a little bit more secure than he once was. The Prism has arrived. Here we go. Okay, we have plenty of storms available. Can Creator break this? We do have some SimCity. First tank volley goes off. Scan reveals the army as well. Remember, no EMPs, no ghosts. We do get a big anti-armor missile on the main army. Creator backs off. He throws down... Sorry, I said a 2nd Forge earlier. It was the 1st Forge. Now we throw down the 2nd Forge, 2nd Robo. So Creator, he was posturing. Creator decides not to push into the 3rd. Realizes how fortified it is. And Creator, he's just taking up even more. Which is perfectly fine. Again, because Creator has an economic lead, like he's free to take up like this. I do think that Creator could have been greedier. I do believe that. But regardless, he's going for the Storm Jump. Ooh, he's going to be zoned away by those Vikings. Dark Shrine is in production. A 5th Nexus as well. As Oliveira is working on his 4th. Colossus are amassing. We can see that Oliveira is getting into Ghost production and Vikings. So he's also getting into a pretty solid army composition. And pushing into the 3rd, I feel like is going to be a mistake for Creator. This is the thing about this map and why I said earlier how this map leads towards more late game scenarios and can be very... We can see a split map scenario. Like, Oliveira, his 4th base should be the base behind him at the linear 3rd, or the northern natural even. The base. And it's so secure, right? There's high ground there. It's behind his army as well. Like, I don't really know how Creator can punish it. Sure, Creator is going to have an army, but again, he doesn't want to push into that tank line. Does catch a Raven though. That's a good start. Does catch a Raven. But yeah, this CC, it should be pretty well fortified and well defended. The 5th base for Oliveira, that's going to be a different story. And yeah, Creator. Do you see what I see? I see not just Disruptor production, so he's refining his mid-game army, but I see a Fleet Beacon. Sorry, not a Fleet Beacon. I see a Stargate. And I foresee a Fleet Beacon in the future. Creator, it looks like he's recognized he cannot punish the 4th. He cannot punish the 3rd. He's taking up into Skytoss. He's getting ready for the late game. And what I will say again is that Creator is in a good position to take up into the late game. But the scary thing here is that Oliveira is about to max out. You know, that kind of safety net that Creator once had isn't going to be there anymore. And Creator's army is... Sorry, Oliveira's army is going to be quite efficient. So even though Creator is getting ready for Skytoss, he's not there yet. And actually getting into carrier production is not an easy thing to do, as it takes so long to actually produce. Here we go, the first storm does connect. Ooh, a feedback as well on a ghost. Another storm, oh my god, another storm as well. I want to say we picked off 2, maybe even 3 ghosts there. Very nicely done. A good start for Creator. He does force back the Terran army, he's buying time. There's a fleet beacon on the way, 2 more Stargates, plus 1 air attack. Now again, because carriers take so long, and because they take so much supply, Creator, he has to be down in supply, have enough room for carriers, and survive long enough for them to actually pop out. Not gonna be easy. If he does go for the switch for now, making more Colossus, the first carrier is on the way. Creator, he doesn't have enough room. There we go. I was gonna say he doesn't have enough room to make more carriers, but the answer is to just kill our own units. We kill our own Colossus, we kill our own Zealots. You may be thinking, why don't we just like send them to the army and A-move them? The reason is that if he A-moved that Colossus and those Zealots into the army and threw them away, then Oliveira would know. Then he would know that he was killing his own units, and he would know that Creator is freeing up supply for Skytos, and that he's vulnerable, that he just threw away some units as well, that he just killed his own army. So that would be a sign to push in. So Oliveira's in the dark, yet to really figure out what's going on. Ooh, he scans the main! And I believe that scan does reveal the Skytos. Storm on the main army, Nova's going to be going off. Nova's zoning Oliveira away, and right now the win condition for Creator is just to buy time. Just to buy time for the Skytos. Oliveira, on the flip side, trying to find a weak point here in the defenses. Ooh, takes another big storm here to the army. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. You see a Zealot drop here across the map. We take a mine to the face. No, this is a second winter mine. Ooh, the prism goes down. Good defense here by Oliveira. The Zealots, they do nothing. And remember, earlier it wasn't shown on camera, but Oliveira did scan the main base, so I'm pretty sure he saw all the Stargates, and we can see 5 Vikings at a time are being produced. Second armory for Viking upgrades, for ship weapons and ship armor as well. High-tech auto tracking. We have a line of turrets. Yeah, Oliveira knows, 100%. He's fully aware of what's going on. Nuke is on the way at the 5th. Creator, he does respond with a Nova. Nicely done. Shuts down the Ghost. And you can see the Skytos is amassing. We have 4 carriers currently. Soon to be 7. Mothership is out. The army dives in. Oh my god, we're taking so many storms though. That's 2 storms on the Marauders. They survive, but they are very low, very softened up. Oliveira, he just can't keep pushing. Again, these storms have been quite impressive by Creator. Or they've just been so valuable. It's always finding their mark. I'll pick up there by Oliveira, does avoid the Nova. Pulling back, more Vikings are amassing. Now, against Skytos, you do want a heavy Viking Ghost count. That's what you're relying on. It's going to be a Viking Ghost Liberator, ideally. The one thing we're missing is Liberators, which is concerning. Liberators, their role is to be an anchor point for the ground army. As here we go, we dive on the Disruptors. 1, 2, 3 Disruptors go down. 4 Disruptors even. Very big pick off here by Oliveira. Resets the Disruptor count, gets an EMP on the High Templar, and Creator is falling apart a little bit here. Bleeding out a lot of units. And he's going for a counterattack. Nuke on the 5th base is going for an Archon counterattack even. Gets a couple of SCVs, but again, this is going to be an expensive run by. Nuke is going to be going off. But Creator, he does pull away. He does save his probes. Yeah, most of the probes were saved. A second nuke on the Nexus. And do we have detection? Looks like we do not. Thankfully, Creator, he doesn't pull back to the base. 4 probes go down. Base getting low. At the same time, we push in on the right-hand side. It looks like Creator, he does respond with his storms. But we're running out of storm. And here comes the Golden Armada. I think that's 9 carriers, soon to be 10. Jesus. Big Nova. Takes down some ghosts. We're chasing down the main army, and here comes the A-move. Here comes the Skytos, Papi. Let's go. The carriers have arrived. That's going to be 11 carriers. Oh my god. And the Vikings are low. They took a bunch of storms earlier. Oh, good EMP on the carrier, though. 1 carrier goes down. But again, you can see how low those Vikings are. 1 good storm is all it takes to bring those Vikings down. Sorry, I meant to say Viking, not carrier. But the Vikings are so low. You can see the poison being pulled. Oliveira is trying to repair. Nuke zones back the army. We want the layered nukes here. Oliveira buying time. He's down in supply. He's vulnerable. The Vikings are being topped up, but here comes Creator. Pushing himself up the ramp, going for the army. Does focus out all the libs, one after the other. Nova goes off as well. Ooh, big connection on the Ghost. And Creator, he snowballs out of control. He's reached his end game. GG. Creator ties up the series 1-1. GG, well played. Again, Creator having a very strong start to that game. Winding it back, if you recall, it was Oliveira that went for a proxy 1-1. He went for a proxy factory into proxy starport, and it didn't do enough. It killed 2 probes. 2 probes went down. Again, it got scouted, so shield batteries were ready. The army was in position. Creator had a very strong early game, and it allowed him to get into a fast third, to tech up as well, to gain map control. And Creator was... I don't think I would say the driver's seat, but he was ahead. He was ahead from almost the very start of the game, and it was Oliveira playing catch-up. Things got a little bit more back and forth when both players maxed out, and when Creator was trying to transition to Skytoss, but we saw that Oliveira had a really hard time breaking Creator. He was taking so many Novas and Storms to the face, and by the time Oliveira was gaining ground, we already had 11 carriers. Like, by then, it was already over. Creator, he had survived. He'd made his way into Skytoss. GG, well played. With that, we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. And game 3 is going to be on Alcyone. And in the top right, we have Creator. In the bottom left, we have Oliveira. Whew. It all ends here in the ace match. And I imagine this time Oliveira is not going to proxy. I imagine this time he's not going to try and be cheeky and cheesy. I mean, we spoke about longer late games and how we can sometimes see more of them on post-youth. I have to echo that here on Alcyone. This map is very large. We've seen a lot of split maps here. We've seen a lot of late game on this map, just because of how defendable the 3 and 4 base setup is, even 5 bases. So we could head towards a longer game, or we'll see if we try to be more aggressive here and try to stop a late game from happening. We'll keep an eye on our Terran and our Protoss. For now, it's a single gas opener, so Oliveira is going for a Rax Expand, means he's going for a CC before Factory. So a bit of a more economic build here from Oliveira, as opposed to last game. Catching him in the chat. I love you, Creator, but please understand my need for Oliveira to win everything. I mean, both Oliveira and Creator, I feel like they're both easy to get behind, right? Like, they're both very... What's the word I'm looking for? Relatable, really relatable players. Like Oliveira, he's like the everyman, right? He's like the normal human. He's he's just a normal guy, you know. He's just your every guy, and he became a champion, you know. Like it's almost like a Cinderella story for Oliveira. And likewise, Creator, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very emotional. He's very raw and very transparent in a lot of ways. And there's a lot of people that do want that out of their players, you know, as opposed to the more kind of stereotypical, like, robotic Korean player, like your Innovation back in the day, for example, where, like, you know, stoic as ever and never really showing anything. The machine, if you will. So yeah, there's a lot of love for Creator and Oliveira. A lot of love. Which is why it's unfortunate that only one can advance on. Only one can make it through. There is no lower bracket. It is single elimination. And we can see that Oliveira did go for a Rax Expand, but it's a CC on the high ground. So it is an economic opener, but suddenly turned into a safer opener here. Being very safe, making sure he doesn't get disrupted. Followed by the 1-1-1. Meanwhile, back at home, Creator going for a Twilight Council once again. And we saw this also in his best of 7 against Bunny, where Creator just isn't really one to go into Stargate play. Even on some of these larger maps, very rarely do we see a Stargate opener out of Creator. Very rarely. With said Twilight Council should be Blink. The question becomes, how many gateways? 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink instead? I'm picturing 2-gate Blink on a map like this, but we'll see. As Oliveira goes for the add-on sub, we had a fast tech lab, and it is for a Banshee opener. Okay, now, if you were here for Oliveira versus Ryung, you would have heard me talk about how like these Banshee-based builds have been quite popular as of late in TVT and in TVP. I will add to that, and they can do a surprising amount of damage. But a big scout from Creator, oh my god! He comes in, he sees the researching tech lab. He should recognize that it is going to be Cloak Banshees. I was going to get into how these Cloak Banshees have been quite prevalent in this matchup as well, how they can do a surprising amount of damage, just because how unusual and unorthodox they are. But they're getting back in, well, they're becoming quite meta nowadays, and players are getting used to them. And that was a big scout for Creator, so we should be aware of what he saw. Should be aware of what's coming. We have a shield battery at the natural, shield battery in the main. Stalkers are setting up. And we do need that detection. Robo finishes up. The first observer is on the way. So it looks like we will have detection in time. Cloak is done. And Oliveira is pushing in. And headed towards that main base. Stalkers are in position. Detection as well. Yeah, the Banshee does nothing. Again, showing how important it was to scout earlier. So Creator able to keep up. Behind this, getting into a safety Immortal. First Immortal's on the way. There are players that skip this Immortal and just go for the Bay into Colossus. We can see that Creator is playing very safe. Very safe and sound. Doesn't cut any corners. Setting up for a delayed third. After the first Immortal. Meanwhile, we do have that Banshee getting in between the bases. We do get one probe. Finally, some worker damage is being done. We get one, but only one, as we have a shield battery here in the mineral line. Yeah, barely not getting another worker. So, this Banshee investment has been worth it so far. It's been 2 Banshees plus Cloak, and we've killed 1 probe. It's less than ideal. But what I will say is that thankfully the Banshees are alive. Thankfully the Banshees, they survived, so they can still get some more damage done. They can just wait for the opportune moment. If Creator ever moves out of position, if he moves out with his main army, then we can find some vulnerabilities back at home. And here comes Oliveira's move out. He's going to be reinforcing on the left-hand side. At the same time, Creator warping in on the right. 2 more gates on the way. Right now, he can only reinforce with 2 units at a time. Creator, I mean. And he's going for the main. He does have Blink. And he has high ground vision. At the same time, Oliveira moves out across the map. We could end up in a weird base trade. But of course, Creator, he can recall. Good force field here. Oh, the SCVs, they do not touch the army. They can't push in. The third base is going to be going down. But Creator, he's camping the production. SCVs are falling. Tech labs are going down as well. Looking to deny. We do deny concussive shell. The boys are being pulled. Can Creator hold on at his own natural, though? Workers are falling. The overcharge trying to hold on, putting in some work. Good blink there from Creator. He avoids the mine shot. The robo is depowered. Now again, Creator, he can recall to his main, as he's killing so many SCVs. SCVs, Widow Mines, denies the natural. Oliveira has 0 economy. Creator, he's still mining in that main base. Ooh, but charge, it was denied. Charge is so close. We get a kill on the orbital. And where's that recall? Creator, he's not going for it. He's going for the base trade. Oh, Creator, he has a hidden base. He has a ninja base in the top left. He has a hidden nexus. Observer has eyes on the SCVs. Oliveira, he has minerals. He can make a CC. He can make a base. Oh, as the second orbital is being hunted down as well. Creator moving out. Again, he has eyes on the workers. And Oliveira, or Creator, is trying to trap Oliveira in the main. And he does find the orbital. And the CC, it's gonna go down. There's no saving it. Again, thankfully, Oliveira, he has enough money to throw down and make a new orbital, a new command center. And there it is. The command center's in the main base of Creator. Rax is being shut down. Likewise, so are these gateways and cybercores. Now, Creator does have the supply lead, but as you can see here, he does have some of his army back across the map. He's not working with everything here. Does have that observer. Command center is being constructed as we speak. Is that a second command center towards the south? No, that is making a tech lab. Okay, I think it might be a starport. Army is spotted. Oliveira going for a drop. I say that, actually sending out his medevac. Potentially to try to save some units. Bury them back. Oh, a tank is in production. Okay, so that's actually a factory towards the south. The factory made the tech lab, and now we have a tank in production, which means that medevac is designed to try to bring that tank over to reinforce. Cheeky move here by Oliveira. Meanwhile, top left is fully saturated. No gases, but full mining. And you can see Oliveira trying to get back into his own production as well. Raxes are on the way. That first factory has been built. We're going into Dark Templar. Ooh, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. DTs in a base trade are brutal because we have such limited scans. Meanwhile, we have one tank. We're going for two. Again, this is such a big move here from Oliveira to get back into tank production. That's going to be a big factor here in the next big fight, or in the next fight. Assuming that Oliveira can make it back home with those tanks. See Creator poking in. Making use of his blink. There we go. Two tanks have spawned in. Oliveira boosting them back home. Creator on the move. Going for the Zonaga, and he will miss the medevac. Whew, that is a big moment. Like, if he had come across that medevac, that may have just been game. I mean, and even then, even though it's really cool that Oliveira, he's been able to produce these tanks, and he's reinforcing his main army, and he's getting back into mining. The scary thing is those Dark Templar. Now, we do have a turret in the main. There is a turret in the main base of Oliveira. I believe with his scout, he saw the Dark Shrine, so he's aware. Meanwhile, the factory was found. Oh, the factory gets shut down as well. Thankfully, we made the tanks. They made it back home. Now, with these tanks in position, Creator can't really push up this ramp. I'm not sure if he saw the detection, though. The turret, I mean. Just parked outside. Creator taking a natural. Again, the army sizes are still quite comparable. Here comes the DT, but again, we have the turret in position. This DT shouldn't get much done. Yeah, gets shut down immediately. Good response from Oliveira. Shadow Stride is on the way for Creator. Let's go. Let's blink for the DTs, of course. Locker's poking it. Oh, don't quite get a Marauder. We'll get a Marine. And the game is kind of reset in a way. It's still very close between them. Creator has a slightly better economy. I mean, remember, Creator, he has two fresh bases, essentially. Oliveira, the main base that he's mining from, it's pretty mined out at this point. So not many resources to make use of. Oliveira leapfrogging forward. Okay, you can see here he's down to, what, 4 patches. Nice scan on the Observer. Observer goes down. Creator supply blocked as well. Oh, but we get the DT in the main base. There's nothing here. And, I mean, we barely had an economy to begin with, but the little economy here is getting annihilated. 5, 6 SCVs going down. We're going to get 7. We're going to get 8. We're going to get 9. 10. And Oliveira, he's all in once again. It's all or nothing here. Down to 5, down to 4 workers. He's going to lose every single SCV across the map. His economy non-existent. And sure, he has tanks, but at this point, it may not matter. DT still going ham. DT coming in from behind. No. We spoke about it earlier, but Dark Templar in a base trade scenario, they're so brutal to deal with. Yeah, we still won 4. GG gets called, and Creator will take the series 2-1, taking down Oliveira. Whew. GG, well played. Oh my god, a very, very intense moment there. A very tense game as we did enter the base trade. Again, Creator did have a lead coming into it. He did have a ninja base being set up well ahead of time. He was so much better prepared for that base trade. And unfortunately, Oliveira just wasn't able to find that base in time to deny it or even intercept those workers. Had to give it to the base trade instead, and yeah, he was just in a really rough situation, really tough position there. Stuck in the corner of the map, couldn't really move out, had a hard time recovering, and GG. GG, well played. Creator does advance on, and my condolences to Oliveira. It was a great series though. A lot of fun. It was a great series, and with that, we are going to be getting ready for our next matchup. I mentioned earlier that we started the night following Firefly, and Firefly took down Trap. It was a big win. It was a fun PvP. But now we're going to be catching Firefly a little bit later on in the bracket. Now, Firefly, he took down Coffee 2-1, went all the way to the Ace match, went all the way to Game 3, and I believe, as you can see here, we are getting ready for our next game. Hero Marine versus Firefly in the round of 16. The last round of 16 match. Oh boy. Big Gabe versus, I can't believe my eyes, 10,000 Fireflies. Let's go. Firefly, of course, has been on fire as of late, and we're jumping in mid-series. Game 1 and Game 2 already played out, and unfortunately we didn't really get to bear witness, but we can at least dive into the Ace match. Oh boy. We can dive into game number 3. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Hero Marine for Mouse. And in the top right, we have for Offside, Firefly. Offside Esports. Oh, I keep forgetting. Esports. Let's go. Again, I would have loved to have casted game 1 and game 2. I think Firefly versus Hero Marine is really spicy, to be honest. Again, Big Gabe, of course, he's one of the best Terran players in Europe. He's top 3 alongside Clem and Spirit. He is one of the best Terrans that Europe has to offer. Firefly on the other side is a wild card. He's been rising through the ranks of the Korean scene, or the Asian scene, really, in Southeast Asia, in China, and of course in Korea as well. It's always a lot of fun to see Firefly go up against some of these players that are maybe not so native to his region, as they're maybe not so familiar with Firefly. Oh, as we're starting things off with a proxy. Okay. Papi. Firefly going for the pylon here on the left-hand side. This might just be a proxy gateway for a 2-gate opener. Maybe leading even into 3 gateways. There it is. Second gateway is on the way. So this is a way to be really aggressive and to punish a more greedier style from our Terran player. Now we can see that Hero Marine is going double gas, so this is going to be a faster factory. So racks into factory into delayed CC. So Hero Marine will have access to factory-based units a little bit faster here, which I imagine is more ideal. Zelda's on the way from Firefly. The way this works is it's going to be a Zealot back at home. It's going to walk across the map. We should be proxying a Stalker, and we should be making an Adept back at home as well to reinforce that much faster. Just really heavy gateway aggression early on from Firefly. Here we go. And there's that Zealot moving out, and I assumed it was going to be a proxy Stalker, but no, it's going to be double Adept. Again, Firefly prioritizing speed more than anything to get across as quickly as possible. Does get eyes on the CC. He sees how late it is, so he knows it's going to be a faster factory. Cyclone is in production, but we could even force a cancel in this command center. Uh-oh. Yeah, the SCVs have to back off, and they're going to be hunted down by the others. One SCV goes down, second SCV as well. Again, the Cyclone is on the way. We won't force a cancel in the command center, but we do delay it for a very long time as we start working through that depot. The depot getting low. Boys are being pulled, but the Adepts, they can shut down the SCVs. Do we go for the SCVs or do we go for the Marines? Cyclone does arrive. And Firefly has to retreat. But he's back up to 3 Adepts. And we shade in. Uh-oh. We shade up the ramp, and do we commit? We do not. We're going for the command center instead. Can we force a cancel? Not like this. Yeah, Gabe pushing down the ramp. The Cyclone gets stuck. Cyclone gets stuck for a moment. We do get a lock on the Adepts. The Zealot goes down. The Adepts they shade past the army onto the high ground. Cyclone getting so low. And we're going for the mineral line. Yeah, Firefly just pulling Gabe apart here. Finally, the Adepts are going to be shut down. A nice control out of Gabe. He saves the Cyclone. He will save his CC. But that is 5 worker kills and a massive delay on that command center. And back at home, Firefly is chilling. He's making workers, getting into his natural. He's up in the worker count. And we are following this up with Phoenixes. Okay, interesting choice here by Firefly. Going for a Phoenix follow-up. Stalkers, they rock up once again just as Herobrine moves out. Not like this. Gabe, he moves out just at the wrong moment. He's forced to turn back around. And the Cyclones, they do end up catching a Phoenix, but we're going to be trading 1 for 1. A Phoenix for a Cyclone. Second Cyclone forced back. Another Phoenix does arrive, and Firefly snowballing out of control. The Marines, they keep on pushing. Do we force a recall? Do we force a recall or do we commit? Do we commit to the base trade? With that high yield depot getting very low. There's that recall. The Marines, they just walk into the main. Remember, there is no stim. These are vanilla Marines. But if left unchecked, they can snowball out of control. So a big reaction here by Firefly. 1 Stalker is going to be going down. 1 Stalker for, what was that, 7 or 8 Marines? Good cleanup by Firefly. Doesn't take much economic damage at all. But he was forced back. Herobrine, can he finally expand? He's been trying to take his natural the entire game. And finally it's going to finish, but Firefly just doesn't let him breathe. Just doesn't let him stabilize. Ooh, there's a tank in position. The Phoenixes, of course, are going to be looking to try and lift it up. To try to lock down that tank. That 1 tank is the only thing keeping Herobrine alive here in this game. And we're pushing in. And there's a CC on the tank. We do focus it down. The tank goes down, and it looks like Firefly is snowballing out of control. He breaks through that Cyclone. Another tank does arrive, but we have Phoenixes. Yeah, and there's that lift. We lift up the tank. We shut it down, and Gabe just doesn't have much left. GG gets called, and Firefly will take the series 2-1. GG, Bobby. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Firefly as he takes down Herobrine 2-1. I feel a little bit robbed. I feel a little bit robbed that we missed Game 1 and Game 2. I would have loved to have seen Game 1 and Game 2. I would have loved to have seen how they went back and forth. Obviously, Game 3 was hyper aggressive, and again, Gabe just could not get into the mid game. I mean, I say get into the mid game. Gabe couldn't expand. He could not take his natural at all that game. By the time he did, the game ended. Just hyper aggression out of Firefly, just not letting him into his own game. And GG. GG, well played. Firefly does advance on into the quarterfinals. And Firefly, if you remember, has an opponent ready and waiting. It's going to be Firefly versus Beyond. Oh, and we have a bracket. Oh my god, let's have a look here. Okay, we have our top 8. We have Nightmare versus Bunny in the upper half of the bracket. We have Firefly versus Beyond, which is what we're casting next. And we have, Solar, who 2-0'd stats. Solar, he's waiting in the top 4 in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Hero and Creator. Okay, so it's going to be a ZVP lower semifinals. The upper semis is yet to be determined, whether it's a TVT, TVP, or PvP. So the upper semi is a little bit more up in the air. As a reminder, we will be casting both semifinals. There is also a bronze match, a 3rd place match. We will not be casting that. That's going to be happening at the same time as the finals. So yeah, this bracket is shaping up. And I mentioned before, if you're curious, Dark did not sign up. Dark didn't sign up. Raynor didn't sign up either, which is why there's very little Zerg representation in the top 8. I mean, we had other Zerg players, but DRG went down, Su went down, Shin went down, Lambo went down. All the other Zerg players got taken out in the round of 32 or the round of 16. Solar is the Zerg representative, followed by a sea of Protoss and Terran. Oh, let's go. Let us go. And again, as a reminder, up next is going to be Bjorn versus Firefly. So we do set that up. Just need a moment here. Un momento, por favor. And here we go. In the top right-hand corner of our Bjorn, we have our Chinese Protoss. It is Firefly. In the bottom left, we have Bjorn for Shopify. Whew. Let's go. Again, a very nice run here from Firefly. Just to reiterate, Firefly took down Trap, he took down Coffee, and he took down Hero Marine to make it to the top 8, to the quarterfinals. And the winner of this series advances on to the semis. Here we go. Here we go. Not really worth of a game if you want to do that Marine run by. You do an early stim research. Kind of. I mean, that run by, really, what it was designed to do was hopefully get damage done if Firefly committed, or even just force Firefly to recall, right? Like, if that run by hadn't occurred, then Gabe probably just dies anyway. Like, if those Marines were back at home, then they would not have really served anywhere near as well, just because Firefly was already in his main. If you remember, he was breaking through, getting worker damage, and it did force the recall at least. That was the purpose. It was all cleaned up, and I mean, again, it was just a rough game. It was just a rough game there for Gabe. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of scenario, just because things were snowballing out of control and escalating very quickly. Solid game from Firefly. Solid game. Behind this, we see Bjorn going double gas. Going to be a double gas opener out of Bjorn, which means delayed command center. Factory is on the way. With this faster factory, we can go into like a Widowmine drop. I say that Widowmine drops are very out of fashion. This could lead into a 1-1-1 kind of like Banshee opener. It could lead into Reactored Reaper Hellion aggression. Could lead into faster Cyclones. There's a couple of different builds here. A couple of different openers available to Bjorn. If this was a smaller map, I would even say this could lead into a 1-base all-in, but on a map like Alcyone, this should lead into a CC. There it is, command center is on the way. And we're going for a Widowmine first. Interesting. I just mentioned that Widowmine openers and Widowmine drop play has been very unpopular. It just has been trendy ever since the new patch, ever since the nerf to the Widowmines. We've barely seen any drop play or like Widowmine openers at all in TVP. I've seen like maybe 2 in the last 3 weeks. Like 2 games where we've gone for a mine drop. And we're making another Widowmine. Okay, let's go. Fun fact, last person I saw do this was Bjorn actually, so yeah, it does track. Second Widowmine's on the way. Behind this, Firefly opening up Robo. Interesting. It's going to be a Robo-based opener here out of Firefly. I'm torn how I want to call this. I want to say this is a very defensive opener, and traditionally, Robo-based play is very defensive. What this does is it gives you really fast access to Colossus, fast access to detection. You can harass early on with a War Prism as well. We can see that the Observer is being prioritized. It's a very safe opener here by Firefly. The reason why I call this safe is because with no Stargate and no Twilight Council, you don't have Blink, you don't have Phoenixes, you don't have any map control. No map control, you don't have a way to shut down drop play reliably either. And yeah, you can see here it's 1 Observer into a 2nd, into a 3rd base. So a very defensive style here from Firefly. We'll see if he can get away with this kind of build. This traditionally also leads into a fast Bait to fast Colossus production. The mine drop is coming in. Remember, the Widowmines were scattered earlier, so Firefly is aware. He just doesn't know what base they're going to. Is the drop headed towards the main or the natural? We can see the natural. Widowmine's going to be burrowing. We do react in time. Ooh. Firefly did flinch. Did pull back his workers. Stalker's in position, going for the medevac. No! The medevac goes down. Big pickoff. Ooh, that is a rough start here by Bjorn as his opener falls on its face. We don't get any damage done. For like a second, we forced the boys to be pulled, like for like a second as they pulled away, but 0 pro damage. We did scout the tech. We saw the Robo at least. And the Reaper saw the third base, but not the best start. At the same time, because we opened up double observer, Firefly spots the main army. He does see it coming. And he's getting in position. He has control of the Zonaga. Reaper slipping in towards that natural. Good scan. Keen eyes out of Bjorn. He did spot the observer, and he's going into Banshee. Cloak Banshees. Okay. We spoke about this in the last series with Oliveira, how Cloak Banshees have been very trendy in TVP. They've been very trendy, and we saw that the Cloak Banshee didn't do much for Oliveira against Creator. We'll see if Bjorn is more successful with them here against Firefly. As Bjorn, he actually banks up 2 Banshees first before moving out. This marks a difference between his way of executing this compared to Oliveira, where Oliveira, he sent his first Banshee out first, or sent it out as fast as possible to get damage as quickly as possible. We can see here that Bjorn does take a more slower, methodical approach here. Dips in, spots the army, dips away. Preserves those Banshees. Has control of the center of the map. And you can see a Firefly trying to get in position. Charge is on the way. That's going to be the first big upgrade here from Firefly. Bearing in mind as well, he did not go into Obey, so no Colossus. So Robo Opener into Charge Lots, into Archons. Okay. Bold move by Firefly. This early Immortal production does mean that he's safe against any kind of earlier push. We can see that Bjorn is expanding. Third CC is on the way. Bjorn is not going all in, and he catches another Observer. Once again, keen eyes out of Bjorn. It's going to be the second Observer he did catch. I believe the Observer did spot the Banshees, so Firefly getting ready. Temple Archives is now done. We gain access to Storm, to Archon production. Blink is on the way behind this. Archons are being produced as we speak. More Immortals as well. And Bjorn backs off. Backs off, just relying on Banshee Harass instead. Is going to get a probe, but not much more. Once again, though, thankfully Bjorn escapes with the Banshees. They live to fight another day. So this Banshee opener has been lackluster for Bjorn, but still has potential. It's still alive, can still get some damage done. As Firefly is moving out. Now, I don't expect Firefly to try to break... Do we try to break the third? That's 3 tanks. No Psych defense. But the tanks, they're on the high ground. We have a Bio Army to support. We do catch one of the Banshees. And Firefly moving towards the left-hand side. He will actually get on some of the same elevation here as the tanks. No high ground advantage. Going for a big warping as well. That's a lot of charge lots. And we're diving in the army. We're diving on the tanks. First tank goes down. There's 2 left. There's 2 left, 1 left, 0 left. We collapse on the Marines. A big move here from Firefly, outflanking Bjorn. Again, Bjorn, he was expecting the army from the right. It came in from the left. No SimCity, no protection for those tanks. And Firefly, he's done it. He breaks the third base. He can keep on pushing. There is nothing left for Bjorn. He's got some Marines, some Marauder, but no more tanks, no more backbone to his army. And Firefly, he is pushing through. He's breaking the natural. SCVs are going down one after the other. Boys are being pulled into Archons. Not like this. One Archon goes down, the other going ham. Reinforcements come in. That's a good amount of Marines left over, but here come the charge lots. And Firefly should still have enough. Good target firing here by Bjorn. Good kiting as well. Bjorn trading as best he can, but it's still not enough. GG gets called, and Firefly takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, very nice movement out of Firefly. As we were saying, I don't think Firefly could have made that same result happen if Firefly pushed towards a third. If he tried to go right through the center up the ramp, I feel like that would have spelled the end of his army. But he did sneak around the left-hand side instead with his War Prism, able to reinforce. And what's more important here, outside of outflanking Bjorn, is the fact that Bjorn missed the rotation. He missed the rotation. He missed the main army. Didn't know where it was, And that's why he was caught with his pants down. The tanks, they were left exposed. They got shot down almost immediately. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Poppy, Firefly. He's on fire. He's flying. He's crazy. Firefly, not just taking down Big Gay, but also taking a map off of Bjorn. And can he take the series? That's what I'm here for. Can he go the distance? Again, we've seen Firefly take maps off of Clem. We've seen him take maps off of the best players in the world. It's not about maps, though. It's about series. Can he win a series here? That's what we are here. That's what I'm waiting for. As in the bottom left, we have Firefly for Offside Esports. And in the top right, we have Bjorn for Shopify. Here we go. Shout out to Saber. Saber just letting the people know the score. Saber is one of our Chinese casters, by the way. For those that are unaware. I believe he casts over on Bilibili. We are settling in. Whew. And here we go. We'll see how things do change on Crimson Court. Honestly, we don't really cast too much on Crimson Court. It's one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. It's really interesting just because of its layout. You can gain access to a really safe third base if you expand linearly, just because it's protected by walls of rocks and walls of minerals. So that is a factor here when it comes to expanding and where you want to take this. At the same time, you could try to take the forward third base instead, which has a rich Vespene gas geyser that does lend towards all-ins, as it boosts your economy quite quickly, quite heavily, as you get into the mid-game. It's quite often taken by Zerg players who go for like a Roach all-in, for example. So we'll see how our players open up, as Bjorn is once again going double gas. Double gas opener out of Bjorn and going for a faster factory. We saw that last game this led into faster Widowmine production into a mine drop. And if you remember last game, the mine drop fell on its face. The mine drop didn't do much. If you remember, I also spoke about the Banshee harass and how there was potential for damage, and everything has potential. The reality is that it led to nothing. The Cloak Banshees, they killed, I want to say like 2 probes. I want to say around 2 workers. That was it. And it was a big investment. It was 2 Banshees. It was Cloak as well. It was production time on the starport. That also did no damage. So it wasn't just the final fight that went in favor of Firefly, but also the lead up to it. The build in general for Bjorn was struggling on multiple fronts when it came to the mine drop and the Banshee harass. So there were layers, Pappy. There were layers to said game. Remember when Firefly was a nobody? He almost quit SC2. Now look at him go. He was never a nobody. What do you mean? But I do remember. For those who are unfamiliar, Firefly was on the Starving Camels, and the Starving Camels was a WTL team, was a Chinese team that was made by retired players. Like, for the most part, like a lot of the players that were there had already retired, and they were dragged out of retirement. You know, one day off from retirement, Papi. They had already hung up their keyboards, they'd hung up their mouse pads, but they were dragged back in for WTL that one season, and the Starving Camels, they popped off. If you were here for it in 2023, 2022 even, the Starving Camels, they made a name for themselves, and it was both Cyan and Firefly that took that motivation to keep on going. But before I talk about that, we are diving into the natural base. We did go for the reactor on that Rax. Reapers and Hellions diving into the main base. A Stalker, there's only one Stalker to defend. We're getting probe kills, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Firefly caught with his pants down. I was reminiscing about the past, but we get into the mineral line. 8 probes go down. We force the overcharge. The one Stalker can barely keep up. Ay. We warp in a sentry, but this is becoming too much. This is becoming game-ending damage here. 10 probes go down. Firefly, he was going for a proxy pylon across the map. He was going for Blink. And alas, did not have any wall of any SimCity here at the natural. Barely had any units. The one Stalker. 13 probes go down. Oof. This is a rough start here for Firefly. Again, he was... for those that are curious what was happening, he was trying to set up this. Like, he was trying to set up this proxy gateway, which was delayed because of the aggression. He only had one gateway powered back at home at the time, and... Firefly caught out, and now he's pretty committed. Yeah, he throws down 2 more gates. I think that's 3 gates in total. All Bjorn has to do is survive. All Beyond has to do is survive this counterattack. He has a tank, he has bunkers on the way. Second tank in production. No, sorry, third tank in production. Oh my god. It's all or nothing for Firefly. Just a really rough start. Diving on top of the tank. Where's the repair? The boys are being pulled, but maybe a little bit too late. The tank does go down. We have Marines, so good target firing here by Beyond. He does focus on one Stalker. Doesn't get the second. That was a good pickoff by Firefly. One Stalker for a tank. Can he keep going? Dives into the main. Remember, there's no stim. The boys are being pulled. No bunker on the high ground. We go for the tank. Oh, boy, we bleed out a lot of Stalkers. That's going to be 2 Stalkers going down. A rougher trade. It doesn't sound like a lot. It's like, oh, can't we afford to lose 2 Stalkers? Well, I mean, because we lost so many probes, like, we don't really have a good economy here. We don't have a bank. So every Stalker counts that much more in this all-in. Boys being pulled. SCVs are going down. That one tank forcing back the army. Good blink so far. We come in from behind. Stim is almost done. And Firefly, can he keep going? We get 10 SCVs. Can we get the tank? Oh, the tank is going to go down, but we don't get Stim. We did get a volley off. It's going to be 12 dead workers. Even more. And we force field the... Let's go. We force field the ramp. Beyond, stuck in the main base. The low ground in shambles. The bunker goes down. SCVs as well. And we can force a lift on the CC. Firefly, he's bouncing back. Mate, Firefly had a rough start. He had a rough start to this game. But Stim is done. He blinks forward and... Oh, a bit of miscontrol there. Oh my god, we bleed out too much. No, Firefly. That blink was brutal. He blinked, but he had no high ground vision. He couldn't kill the tank. He couldn't attack. Oh, and that mistake, that misstep, that aggressive blink may have just cost him the game. Ay, ay, ay. That was a brutal moment. Again, for those wondering what just happened, he blinked forward, but because he couldn't see the tank, the Stalkers did nothing. The Stalkers, they were like stuck move commanding, trying to get on top of the tank, and they couldn't. Because there was no high ground vision. And that was like 3 or 4 Stalkers killed in that moment, and Björn, he's recovered. He's holding. He's stabilizing. And Firefly is transitioning. Whew, okay. Okay, the dust is settling here. We're calming things down. Oh, I say that. That's a lot of tank shots. Oh god. 2 Stalkers go down. Oh, no! 2 Stalkers get out for free. We throw the rest away. GG gets called, and Björn ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. That was a wild game. That was a wild game. Where initially Björn did game-ending damage, and then Firefly popped off. He was forced all in. His economy was crippled, and he was killing tanks. He was getting SCVs. He was kiting his heart out. He did very well for himself. Firefly, he almost brought himself back into that game, but we saw towards the end there, we did misstep. We did have a big, we did have some miscontrol there, and Firefly threw away all of his Stalkers. This was before the final moments of the game, when he blinked forward, when he lost like 5 Stalkers, unable to kill a tank, and from that moment, Björn, he pulled it back into his favor, regained control of that game, and with that, we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Whew. Let's go. We are headed for that ace match, and again, when it came to that last game, I'm still quite impressed by what Firefly was able to pull off. Just really good control here from our Protoss player. But now we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have Firefly for Offside Esports. And in the top left, we have Björn for Shopify. Here we go. We're going all the way to the ace match here, and how will the story end? Again, been a very impressive run by Firefly so far, bringing down Big Gabe, forcing Björn to the ace match. Can he bring Björn down? I mean, we know that he has it in him. We know that Firefly can beat Björn, but will he? You know, can he make that happen here and now when it matters most in the quarterfinals? The pressure is on. Once again, Björn opening up double gas. As we mentioned, a double gas opener it leads into a faster factory. It can lead into reactor Reaper Helium production, which is what happened in the last game. It can lead into a Widowmine drop, which is what happened in the game before that, in game 1. can lead into even a one-base all-in, which is not unheard of on Oceanborn. Keep an eye on Beyond. See how he does open up. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes, yeah, Reactor once again. This looks like Reactor Reaper into Hellions. The Reactor is spotted by the probe. Nice scout by Firefly. Does confirm. Does confirm. But yeah, for those that are curious, again, like Firefly, he did retire. I remember being shocked when we heard about his retirement just because he had so much potential as a player at the time, even back then. And then they made their comeback. It was Firefly alongside Cyan, alongside Toonming and Silky with the Starving Camels. Oh, it's going to be Reactored Marine. My apologies. Not Reactored Mine. Reactored Marine here to shut down the probe. From here, we can go for an add-on swap. CC on the high ground. And meanwhile, Firefly opening up Stargate. We've seen a lot of Twilight Council-based play here these past couple of games. Sorry, these past couple of days of StarCraft. Especially from Creator, but now with mixing it up here with the Stargate. Meanwhile, there's that add-on swap that we spoke about. It's going to be Reactor Cyclone production from Beyond. Interesting. We don't really see this build too often. This was very prevalent in the last patch, back when the Cyclone, or pre-nerf, when the Cyclone was more prevalent in the meta. Nowadays, Cyclone-based openers can be quite defensive. They can keep you safe, but we'll see how many Cyclones we make. 2 for now. 2 for now, and ooh, we have a 3rd and 4th Cyclone on the way. Interesting. Beyond, you have our attention. So doubling down on Cyclone production, he is moving out. He has map control. CC is soon to be taken on the low ground. Will soon be expanding. And do we go up to 6 Cyclones? And do we go for a medevac behind this for a drop? Cyclones have arrived. You can see the Firefly has fully walled up. There we have the Oracle as well. With the help of the shield battery, we should be able to hold on. As the Pulsar Beam is baited out. Good moves here by Beyond. Wasting energy here and getting hull damage on the Oracle. Yeah, we go for the lock-on. 1 Cyclone goes down. We trade a Cyclone for an Oracle. Good trade here by Beyond. As additional Cyclones have arrived, we bait the army in. Ooh, and we take down the Adepts. Firefly overextending. He was not expecting the additional Cyclones. And bearing in mind, we're making more Cyclones behind this. We're still making 2 at a time. We have a Banshee behind this as well, going for Cloak. Shield battery goes down. That's an Archosis Pylon. And we're going for the Pylon. Phoenix is coming in, and we do lift up 1 of the Cyclones, but we can focus the Phoenix down. Oof, big pickup. The first Phoenix falls. We get the Adept as well. Firefly bleeding out too much. Trading for another Stalker, and this may seem good, but the fact that Beyond is rallying across the map, he's still getting more damage done. Yeah, boys, they have to be pulled. We're going for the Stalker. Going for a bit of everything here. Oh, the Cyclone lives! SCVs arrive. They come in for the repair as well. Do we go for the Pylon or do we go for the army? We're going for the Stalkers. The Immortal is on the way. And it's barely coming out. We need a couple more seconds. It's coming. With the arrival of the Immortal, we hold. We've held, Pappy. Oh. Very tense moment. Firefly does hold. Additional Immortals on the way. Additional gateways as well. Beyond has to back off. Behind this, Beyond going for a 3rd CC. And remember, Cloak is done. Cloak is done. Do we have an Observer? We did spot the Banshee. We have the Phoenix. Then we force the Cloak. And do we have detection? As Banshee makes his way across the map, does come across those sentries as they do retreat. Observers in production. Is being chroned as we speak. And we can see Firefly throwing down a proxy gateway across the map. He wants to go for a big counter push. Ooh. Yeah, we deny any kind of mining here in the main base. We get 3. We get 4 probes. Do we get 5? Good force field. We catch a Cyclone. There's a tank in position. There's tank. There's a bunker. We can pull the boys. 2nd bunker's on the way as well. Beyond, he's aware. He's with his opponent. The only chance a Firefly has is the all-in. And Bjorn is not cutting corners. He's walling up. Good force field. We do focus out one of those bunkers. We have another tank on the high ground. Big volleys going off. Good target firing. An immortal goes down. We have one immortal left. It's not going to be enough. It's not enough. GG gets called as Firefly runs out of steam, and Bjorn will take the series 2-1. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Bjorn will take it. My condolences to Firefly. Firefly, he had an amazing run making it this far, and even in game number 2. Honestly, Firefly could have taken that if in game 2, if Firefly had high ground vision, if he had taken out that final tank, then maybe we would have seen a different game. Here in the ace match, Bjorn was in control. He was much more in control here. Well, I should say just hyper aggressive, just snowballing out of control, breaking Firefly, forcing the all-in. And now we have our semifinals. Here we go. We have our top 4. It's going to be Nightmare versus Bjorn coming up next in the upper semifinals, and we have Solar versus Hero in the lower semifinals. We have our top 4. We have our top 4 in this week's Kung Fu Cup, and we are going to be going on a short break. Now that we've reached the semifinals, we have 3 series left. We have the upper semis, lower semis, and the grand finals. And we'll be jumping into this after this short break. Oh, I have to refill my water, Papi, my water. So take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, pat your probes, tuck in your tempest. I'll edit there. Marinate your marauders. There you go. Take this moment to get yourself ready for what's to come for the semis and the grand finals. Oh, so we'll see you after the short break. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely break and that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with the semifinals of the WTL 2024 Summer Kung Fu Cup round number 3. Ooh, we have the semifinals. We are here with our top 4 players. We have Hero versus Solar, as well as Byun versus Nightmare in a Terran versus Protoss. As a reminder, both semifinals are going to be casted, and we are kicking things off with a Zerg player. We have a Zerg, but the entire day has been pure Protoss and Terran. It's been purely PvPs and TVPs, and even TVTs as well. Just zero Zerg representation so far, but finally we have a Zerg player in the semifinals. But this is not going to be an easy one. Hero, I would stand by, is the best Protoss player in the world right now. He's a terrifying opponent. He's at least the best Protoss in South Korea. And Hero is going to be favored here. But Solar, he's no slouch. He's no slouch, and he will make a series out of this. I would love to see an ace match between these two. We'll see. We'll see how this goes as we get into game number 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Hero for KranKy Gaming. In the bottom right, we have Solar for Team Vitality. Whew, let's go. Game 1 going to be on site at Delta of all maps. Quite a standard map in the map pool. Again, it is a best of 3 as a reminder, not a best of 5, only merely a best of 3. Oh, I'd love to see more between these two, but I'm going to be content with what we have. Also, Shadow in the chat as well. I see Sinistro, papi, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Fala, papi, fala. That will be fun. Don't know about that. The Shield of Fire has been packing a punch. He has been, you know? I mean, respect where respect is due. Stats is doing well. I still stand behind Hero here. Again, Hero, of course, making it into the finals of the most recent GSL, making it to the finals of the most recent Master Colosseum, having a deep run in IM Katowice. But to be fair, you know, times do change, and we have seen the rise of other Protoss players, like Classic, like Stats. Nightmare is doing very well for himself as well. Nightmare arguably has the best PvT in Korea. Like, his PvT has been killer. It's been crazy. Oh my god. So there is definitely competition. Definitely competition for Hero. Which is what we always like. We always like to be seeing that. You have Raynor as Protoss, true. Yeah. also vying for that #1 Protoss spot. Not wrong, not wrong. Aye. For now, we do see Solo going for a hatch gas pool. His natural base was almost delayed, but was able to get it on location and is able to settle into his game. Likewise, Hero going for a gate expand into the cyber core. Nothing too wild yet. Of course, Hero being as annoying as possible with that probe. Ooh, as we do ask for a pause. Looks like there's a little bit of latency going on. We are more than happy to pause and more than happy to wait. Sometimes it's the observer, sometimes it's a player, sometimes it's a caster as well. I think it was the other day during ESL Asia where Yaku had to leave the game, unfortunately, as Yaku did have some latency. It was Yaku and TKL, the French caster. Oh, speaking of, there's TKL. Oh, hello. Shout out to TKL, who's been very active as of late. And again, like, if there's ever any latency issues, we're more than happy to pause and more than happy to remove people if need be. Or just wait out the ping and let it stabilize if it's from a player side. More than happy. Here we go. As we are getting into our game. And thankfully, even though there was some latency issues here, it happened in the early game. You know, nothing was happening. Like, there was no big, like, micro engagements, no big fights happening or anything like that. It did happen just as we were macroing, as we were getting into our builds. Best case scenario for when lag would occur. Behind this, we can see Hero going for a Stargate opener back at home. Going Stargate in the main. Should be for Oracle-based play. I say that, but Hero is more than willing to embrace a Void Ray or a Phoenix-based opener as well. Of course, an Oracle would just be for more standard play to get into a third base. A Void Ray or a Phoenix can lead to something very different, though. So we'll keep an eye on Hero. Based on the rally, it should be the Oracle, but we'll see. The Adept gets across the map, going to be getting eyes on the third base. Keeping tabs on the droning here of Solar, making sure that he's actually saturating his bases. Again, Solar isn't really one to go for these all-ins. but Hero just being safe, and there it is. It is not the Oracle. It's going to be a Void Ray first. Let's go. Now, with a Void Ray opener, Hero is going to be hunting down these Overlords. He's going to be keeping Solar in the dark and making it difficult for him to scout the follow-up tech. From here, we can go a couple of different directions. Hero, he could go into a second Stargate and go mass Void Ray. He can go for a Fleet Beacon and go into Sky Toss. He can go into a Twilight Council to Glaive Adepts. Or Hero could do something crazier and go for a standard game. He could go for a Forge and a Twilight Council into +1 and Blink with an Oracle as well and just go for a standard game or something hidden. That's the scary thing about a Void Ray opener, is that you don't know. You don't know if it's standard or not. So it's going to be on Solo to piece together what's happening. Overlords are being hunted down as we speak. Oracle's on the way. Now, the scary thing here, when you scout a Void Ray opener, a Zerg player is tempted to skip their spores because there's a Void Ray. There's no need to make a spore, which is why Hero is going for a follow-up Oracle. With his hidden Oracle follow-up is... Oh, that is some lag. That is some solid latest. No, Enki! No! I didn't know that Enki was here. Yeah, feels bad, man. For those that don't know, Enki, he's our lovely Spanish caster, and he's not as notorious as Emil. He's not that notorious, but I would say he's in the modern day, he's the closest thing to Emil, where we've seen Enki lag out more than other casters. Feels bad, man. I love you, Enki. I love you, papi. El Hermoso. Much love to Enki. Much love. As the Oracle does dip in, gets a couple of drone kills. Again, Enki's our Latin American caster from Mexico. Much love to Enki. I've even had some chelas with Enki. Unironically. For now, we have our follow-up. It's going to be a faster Forge into a Twilight Council. Interesting build here out of Hero. I'm curious. Now, again, Hero, he got into a much faster Forge than normal, so he's rushing into +1. This could be a +2 timing. Well, there's a timing, of course, with +1, but we could be rushing into +2 to hit a timing later on with Blink Stalkers, or even Charge Lots. We'll see what upgrade we go for. Oracles dip in. Oh. They do dip out. Blink is on the way. So not going to be Charge, going to be Blink-based follow-up instead. Sorry, do have, of course, Stage Trap being set up. Is going to be shut down. Good reaction here by Solar. He does shut it down. Lings rush in, but Hero is in position. Oh, a lot of Lings going to be thrown away here. Not the best trade from Solar. A lot of Lings are shaved off. The gateway count getting higher. I believe we're getting up to 6 gateways. Ooh, that is 2 more gates on the way. Hero, are we going up to 8 gates? We have not taken gases at the 3rd. Not yet. Robe is in production. I would love to see a gateway count. Again, I'm assuming at least 6. Hero rotating around towards that 3rd. Just clearing up some creep. Not committing. Again, Hero has to be careful because he doesn't have Blink. Blink is still not done, so a surround from these Lings could spell the end of this army. But because we lost so many of them, that's why Hero is so confident. And there we go, 2 more gates on the way, but we are throwing down additional gases. I believe we are going up to 8 gateways. But with these gases on the way, we should be taking up. We have a Robo, and this can lead into a Bay into Colossus production. As Hero, he's forced to turn back around, clears up some of those Lings. We have the Infestation bit on the way, that's going to be for Hive Tech. Could be the beginning of a Lurker transition. Now you can see Hero working towards Immortal production. There's that Bay that we spoke about for Colossus. +2 is on the way. Charge as well. If Hero was planning to go for a 3-base all-in, he has since changed his mind. He does come across his base, though. The Hatchery taking a lot of hits. Solar in position. At the same time, the wall's on a wall. No, Hero. The wall is wide open. We're committing so hard to kill this Hatchery. The Hatchery will go down. At the same time, Lings, they bust into the main base. They get no damage done. They head towards the natural. We recall back home, and the Lings, they do nothing. They get 2 probes. That's crazy. We barely get a 3rd probe here towards the end, but despite the wall being open, despite the Lings flooding in, they don't get much done. Very nice defense here by Hero. And remember, he did get a kill on that Hatchery. So Solar gets knocked down to 3 bases. Likewise, Hero on 3 bases has the superior economy. does have that advantage. Solo trying to recover. At this point, it may just be worth double expanding. And Hero, he's looking for that double expand. As Hero, he's going for the fourth, almost lined up with the fourth base of Solar. And there's that tech. We spoke about it when we saw the Infestation Pit. Once we start working towards Hive Tech, Hydra Lurker Viper is kind of the go-to for Zerg. Not the only thing. We've seen players go into Ling Bane into Ultra Tech, for example, but Solo's not really that kind of player. Is embracing the Lurkers instead. So Hydra Lurker Viper on the way. It does also mean that Solo is going to be teching back at home. He's going to be building up his Hydra count. He's going to be giving Hero a lot of time. Hero, he has time to rebuild the situate and settle into his 4-base setup. Disruptor production has commenced. Temple Archives for Archons for eventual Storm. I mean, Archons are going to be ideal. Also, I believe we went straight Disruptor. We skipped the Colossus. Bold move. 0 Colossus straight to Disruptors instead. Now, how do we counteract our Robo units? Vipers. That's the goal here of the Vipers, is to try to get the yoinks off on the Colossus or Immortals or Disruptors. Whichever Robo units we're up against. And this is where the dance comes in. Sure, the Vipers are looking for yoinks and abductions. At the same time, High Templar are going to be counteracting that with those feedbacks. So it comes down to our spellcasters. Meanwhile, Solar maneuvering in with his Ling Roach. Bearing in mind that we want to get rid of some of these Roaches. But we do throw away a lot of the Lings. Lings going down. Lurker Tech is up and running. Hive is done, I believe. No Lurker upgrades yet, but they should be on the way. There we go. Adaptive Talons in production. And Solar is pushing in. Solar, he's maxed out. But where are the Vipers? That's what I'm curious about. I saw the Vipers earlier in the production tab. Nova's going to be going off. Ooh, big connections. 3 Lurkers go down already. That was brutal. Big blink as well. We snipe another Lurker. Viper coming in, but a little bit too late. Yeah, Solo just a little bit too overeager there. Pushing in before the Viper. And he was punished for it. Punished hard. Not a single Disruptor goes down. We get another Revelation off. Changelings do spot the rotation. We do have eyes on the army. And Solo backs off. In the retreat, we bleed out another Lurker. And we're committing, by the way. Yeah, massive Nova's going to be going off. We yoink 2 of those Disruptors, but they connect nonetheless. And there's barely any support for these Lurkers. We will back off, though. Whew. Solar, he does barely hold on. Now, what's a little bit scary about what just happened is that Hero did throw away all of his Disruptors. They were all killed. They were all thrown away. At least he maintains his Archon and Immortal count. But no longer Disruptors to rely on. And we are transitioning as Hero backs off. We're taking a 5th base and we're going into Sky Toss. Triple Starport, Fleet Beacon, +1 air attack, all on the way. It's 5 base versus 5 base. Solar still doesn't have the most ideal economy. Hero coming in with some Blink Stalkers, but it's going to be shut down. Yeah, we have Lurkers in position. Zealot Runby does nothing. Stalkers forced to blink away. And Solar has remaxed. Before Hero can get into Sky Toss, Solar's going to be pushing. And can Hero survive until Sky Toss? That is the question. Solar pushing in. Viper's not quite here, but we do outposition Hero. Yeah, this base is going to be denied. Hero, do we have detection? He can't see the Lurkers. No. Big space on the left-hand side, but where is that detection? The Lurkers, they go ham. They get so much free damage on these Archons. And that 5th base is killed. Hero knocked down to 4 bases. And Lurkers chasing him back. You can see that Hero is forced to go for a counterattack, but his army is being fragmented. Observer finally arrives, but we pick apart these Archons. Good catch by Solar. Get some Immortals and Archons are free. And Hero, he is in trouble right now. He's being pulled apart. Tempests are on the way, not Carrier. I mean, Tempests, they can have a lot of value. They can accrue a lot of value over time. God, but that's a wall of Lurkers. And how do we deal with this? We get the Revelation off. Archons, they just melt. Immortals can push through. Yeah, good spread with the Immortals. Good dodging of the spine shots. But it's only 4 Immortals. Tempests have arrived, though. And the Tempests are here. Solar trying to keep on pushing, though. He doesn't want to turn back. Not against these Tempests. And sure, the Tempests, they're getting free damage off, but there's only 2 of them. Like, they're slowly chipping away at the army. It's not fast enough. Solar, he's breaking the base. He's breaking the linear third. Getting on top of the Tempest. 1 Tempest goes down. Mothership comes in, but it may just be too late. Going for the Revelation or going for the Cloak. We saved the base. Impressive. The base. Oh no! The minus 300. Minus 300. The Mothership goes down. It gets yoinked. Not like this. We save the base for a moment, but Solar, he collapses on the army, and there's no stopping Solar. Not anymore. Nexus goes down, and 21 probes. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG. Solar does take the first game here. Again, it was a pretty tense back and forth initially, if you recall. And initially, Hero, he had a really good fight. He had a really good trade where he caught, what was it, like 5 or 6 lurkers. He had a very strong start when both armies engaged. But if you remember, after that, Hero did overextend, and Solar was able to get back into his lurker production. When I say he overextended, that was the fight where Hero threw away his 3 disruptors. When he pushed in and he lost all his disruptors, he was forced back. And that's when Hero tried to transition to Sky Toss. Maybe transitioning too soon, you know, before he could really remax. Solar was able to punish him. Solar was able to push in and shut that 5th base down. And the ball started rolling. Momentum in favor of Solar. Did take game 1. And now the pressure is on Hero. The pressure is on. Can he bring it back? Can he force the ace match? Or does it all end here and now in game 2? As we're loading into, I believe, Oceanborn? Yeah. We're loading into Oceanborn. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Hero for DKZ. And in the top left, we have Solar for Team Vitality. Let's go. Let us go. As Hero's on the back foot, Solar 1 game away from advancing on into the grand finals. Uno mas, papi, is all he needs. As you do see Hero moving out of this probe, being an annoyance, trying to delay that expansion. And the hatchery, ooh, is barely going to be thrown down in time. Whew. Very clutch. The hatchery is thrown down. Again, we've seen this from Solar before. It was a 15 hatch timing. Behind this, going to be droning up, going for a hatch gas pool opener here. Just a bit of an earlier hatchery. There we go. We saw Solar go for this opener quite a bit. It was actually last week in KungFu Cup round 2, when I casted with Ryan with NXZ. Did see that Solar was just quite accustomed to going for 15 drone timing, actually going further out with the drone, trying to look for a probe to take down natural if need be. From here, we're just getting into our builds. Again, it is slightly more inefficient here out of Solar, but he's able to get his natural on location. Is the advantage. And behind this, we see Hero getting into his own opener as well. Just a gate expand into the cyber core. Nothing too fancy, nothing too crazy here on the side of Hero. Everything looking as it should. All looking as it should. Oh, and we are spicing things up here. Okay, I was expecting something like a Stargate opener from Hero. Maybe like a Stargate into Oracle. Last game was Stargate into Void Ray. This time, it's Twilight Council opener out of our Protoss player. What I love as well is that we delayed Warp Gate. I don't know if you noticed, but we did not start Warp Gate initially, which means we're trying to hide it and make it look like a Stargate opener instead. Wait for a faster Twilight Council. And this could go a couple of different ways. This could be Glaive Adepts. This could be Dark Templar, for example. We haven't seen the gases, so I don't know if we pulled out. And we have not pulled out. This looks like DTs. Looks like a Dark Shrine based build here. We could go a couple of different directions. This could be DTs plus Glaive Adepts as well. But if it was just 4-gate Glaives, we would have pulled out. And the hero does stay in. There it is. Dark Shrine is confirmed. So the Invisible Man is going to be moving out. Now, what I love from Hero's DT control is that he can do a surprising amount of damage with purely Dark Templar. What Hero does more often than not is a standard Protoss player in this kind of build would harass with the DTs, and if there's detection, they just morph them into Archons and go for Archon harass. Hero often doesn't do that. Hero would often, even if there are spores, he will still commit with DT harass and just focus on applying pressure in between the bases, catching queens, catching lings, catching transferring workers. Can be very annoying with that. Or we could just see Archon. One or the other. We'll see. We can see Solo going for a safe Roach Warren timing. That was a just under 4-minute Roach Warren. Very safe play here from our red Zerg player. But I don't see any spores yet, and we should be seeing them soon. As the Prism is moving out. Oh, Lings, they get in! Oh, a brutal moment here. Once again, the wall is not a wall. Lings, they flood into the main base, and we get a full scout of everything. We confirm the Dark Shrine, and spores immediately are on the way. Again, here he's known for leaving his door open. He's just a very welcoming person. You know, he just wants you to come in. He just wants you to be at home. Smooch. Here come the Dark Templar, but Solo will have detection. And we'll see what Hero can get done. Spores repositioning. Going in for the surround, but the Prism comes in and we do save all the DTs. We pull back. At the same time, Lings, they harass across the map, but we are in position and the third base is safe and sound. We keep the third base alive. And Hero still being active with the Prism. Yeah, we're going for the Archons. Ooh, are we there? I mentioned before that Hero, something very unique about him is that he often does not make the Archons. He commits with DT harass. That's exactly what's happening here. Comes in, but we're in position. But you can see Hero, he fights out of range of the Spore. Gets a couple of Lings. Has a DT to defend. And there we go. Now we go for the Archons. Archons with Adepts alongside them. Okay. We'll see what we can get done. Oh, 2 Adepts, they get caught in the center of the map. Nice catch from Solar. Adepts, they shade towards the third. Archons here between the bases. They do get an Overlord, and drones are going down. Ooh, late reaction out of Solar. He was distracted. 2 drones fall. Lost mining time in the natural. Sorry, in the third. We drop into the natural. More drones going down. Yeah, the Adepts, they do shade in. They're going to be shut down. Finally, they get surrounded by that 7 workers going down, and we're not done. We drop into the main base. Prism takes a couple of hits, but we get another drone. Oof. And we get some big... Oh, God! In one volley, 16 drones went down. I mean, we just had 7, but that is insane. In that one moment, Solar, he bunched up the drones, and... Oh, my God. In one volley, 9 drones went down. Don't do math on stream. And suddenly, this is worth it. That is insane. That's a mineral line going down. And yeah, with that, Hero, he's in a good position. He's he's actually quite on par with the worker count of his opponent. For those who aren't aware, I mean, sometimes it's easy to forget that Archons do splash damage, so it is terrifying whenever anything stacks up against them, whether it's drones or mutas or lings, especially mutas. And here we go. Hero is going for the kill. He knows that his opponent has been busy redroning, which Solar has been. Is producing roaches behind this. Has a couple of Ravagers as well. Hero is committed. And we force ourselves up the ramp. Where's the link support? There is none. Roaches going down. Ravagers being targeted as well. Good kiting here with those Archons. The juggling comes in with the Prism. And we do barely save the Archons. And Hero, he's breaking through. He's snowballing out of control. The Roaches are going down. The Queens, the Ravagers as well. Solar did get the Archons, but GG gets called. Hero snowballs out of control and ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Hero does end up forcing that ace match. Again, initially it was a good defense. Initially Solo was doing well against the Dark Templar, but it's Hero we're talking about. He comes in with the Adepts, he comes in with the Archons, he pulls Solar apart, gets 16 drone kills, and then he follows it up with a committed 3-base push. The 1-2 punch, just not allowing Solar to recover. Again, Hero, he's so unforgiving. What's terrifying and what's so good about Hero is that he's so aware whenever he takes a lead, and so aware of your vulnerabilities that he will just go for the kill then and there. When he smells weakness, he goes for it, papi. Does go for a very decisive player, and now we're getting into game number 3, the ace match. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have Hero for KranKy Gaming, and in the bottom left, we have Solar for Team Vitality. Here we go. Amphion, once again, one of the more vetoed maps is going to be featured here. Love to see it. Amphion is an interesting one with how you can expand. Again, you can take a bit of a safer triangular third base, just because you have to knock down rocks and minerals to actually gain access to it. Hero coming in with a much earlier probe scout, and he will force the unnatural natural from Solar. So a nice start for Hero. Remember, Solar even attempted to go for a 15 hatch timing with that drone, but even then was too late. So a nice start for Hero. And again, that last game, Hero showing us that he's... I mean, we've seen Hero kill even Raynor with Glaive Adepts, with DTs, with Archons, with charge-based all-ins. Hero is a very dynamic and very fluid player. He can play standard, don't get me wrong, he can play standard, but more often than not, he spices it up and does mix in some more chaotic and erratic builds. That's what makes him so terrifying. He'd be a very unpredictable player. Very unpredictable. So we'll see what kind of build Hero goes for this time. Catching up in the chat. That's a lot of dead turns. Archon drop, hacking in a punch in 2024. Who would have thought? Again, it's not just Hero, to be fair. There's Hero and Classic. If you're watching a lot of the Korean Protosses, they've been very aggressive these past couple of months. I say Korean Protosses specifically because the European Protosses are a lot more standard and a lot more macro oriented. I'm referring to Max Packs and Showtime. Max Packs and Showtime, and even Skilless a little bit as well. They're a lot more static when it comes to their builds. When it comes to their openers especially. I don't think they are as adventurous with relying on Twilight Council-based play instead. Speaking of, Stargate is going to be a Stargate opener from Hero. Stargate opener from our Protoss player, and based on this location, I would assume that this is an Oracle-based opener, but if you remember in Game 1, Hero did open Void Ray. So Hero is willing to mix it up here with that Void Ray opener. We'll see what he goes for. Adept does shade in. This is one of the abusable locations on Amphion. We have the high ground, and we can rain down upon that mineral line, denying so much mining time. Nice little start here for Hero. Behind this, there's that Oracle on the way. So far, so good. So far, so standard. Looks like an Oracle opener into a third. Everything looking as it should so far in this PvZ. So far, this is the most standard game we've had in this best of 3. I appreciate it. Again, showing the wide breadth of play here from Hero. Meanwhile, Solar, he's droning. He thankfully didn't lose any drones. Even though he was forced to pull off the mineral line, he didn't lose many workers at all, so just lost mining time. Could have been so much worse. As he resumes mining, Oracle is moving out. Second Oracle behind this, followed by, I imagine, a third Oracle as well. And Solar needs to be in position. There we go. We have 2 Queens at the natural. Oracle does get 2 drone kills before pulling back. Not a bad start. Lings get across the map. Good surround here on these Adepts. Yeah, 1 Adept goes down. The Oracle camping those eggs. And do we get a second Adept? Oh, it looks like we barely do. As the Oracle goes back in, gets a third and a 4th drone. Oh, that is a bit surprising here. That 1 Oracle getting 4 drones does escape. Behind this, here comes the 2nd and 3rd Oracle. 3rd base getting up and running, and this should lead into Blink Stalkers. Should lead into +1 and Blink. Should, but we'll see. The Oracle aggression does continue. Solar trying to keep up. So far, the second Oracle hasn't done anywhere near as much. Not yet, but we're going to be joining forces. As a reminder, 2 Oracles, 1-shot drones. And it's not just going to be 2 Oracles, it's going to be triple Oracle and 5 Adept. It's kind of the go-to harassment here, the harassment choice from Protoss and PvZ. 5 Adept, triple Oracle. We push towards the third base, shading into the natural. And we commit to the shade. Yeah, we have the Oracles to support. Lings are forced back. And we're gaining ground, pushing towards the main. And more Lings being cleaned up here. And we do shade away. Oh, very close. The Oracle almost went down. We did save it. And thankfully, even though Hero kills a lot of Lings, he doesn't kill drones. That's what matters most here. We keep the mineral line safe and sound. We preserve those drones for now. Stasis trap towards the third base. We do react in time. Only catching 1 drone. And behind this, Blinken +1. 3 more gates on the way. I believe that's 5 gates in total. So here he's building up and getting ready for his 3-base play. And Solar, he's not going Ling main into Hydra, he's going Ling into Roach Ravager, as the Roach Warren is thrown down. The Adepts once again shaving off a lot of Lings, a surprising amount there. They do shade away, they do escape. 4th hatchery has been spotted. Lings, they try to dip in. Hero's in position. I mean, it's Hero. There's always a chance that the natural base is wide open. True. there's always a chance. That is 36 Lings going down for 5 Adepts. And we're catching more Lings! No! The Lings, yeah, they are going to be caught here. It almost looked like we were setting up for a Dropper Lord. I think we were, but there's not quite done. Lings are forced back. More gateways finishing up. I think we're getting up to 7 gates. We haven't taken our gases. We haven't taken... Oh, it's a 3-base all-in! We have not taken our gases at the 3rd base. It's going to be an 8th gateway proxied across the map, so it's going to be 3-base, 8-gate blink here from Hero. Now, to be fair, he's actually transitioning. We have +2, we have a robot, and we have charge on the way. So that means that this reinforcement point is not going to hit as hard. We're not going to have as many Stalkers with these reinforcements, but Hero, he's still pushing in nonetheless. Adept shade in. Oh, the Adept's going to be going down. But Blink Stalkers in the hands of Hero are still terrifying, even if we're not completely all in. So far, so good. Lings are buying time for the Queens and Roaches to amass. We catch a Ravager. Ooh, bit of mispathing there from that Ravager, from Solar. We have 4 more behind that. 5th Ravager on the way. And 6th. Oh, we catch another Ravager. Overlord's almost caught out. And remember, we have these stasis traps that we can fall back to. Files are avoided. There's that Job Lord that we mentioned earlier. Actually coming into play. Link drop across the map. We almost catch another Ravager. Thankfully, we save it. Queen's a little bit exposed. Good target fire here from Hero. He gets 2 Queens. Oh. Now, what's scary is that this entire fight, Hero hasn't lost a Stalker. He hasn't lost a Stalker, and it is a 3-base all-in. I thought that he was going to take his gases at his 3rd. He did not take his gases. He's reinforcing with Zealots. It's all or nothing here from Hero. Ling is revealed, and Hero, he does warp in back at home. Solar trying to keep up Zealots. They hit the natural. And they catch the Queens. Queens going down. We catch reinforcements. And we're dragging Solar out of position. More Queens getting caught out. They're left exposed. Now, Solar is killing a lot of probes across the map. But what about his defenses back at home? What about his main army? We dive on top of the Ravagers. They're left all alone. They're going down one after the other. Hero, he smells blood in the water. And he just chases down that army. Blinks on top of the Ravagers. They're going down. And there's just not enough to support. GG gets called. Hero takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Something interesting here about this build is that this 8-gate 3-base all-in that Hero just whipped out, this was very popular last year. Like last year, I'm talking like November, December, coming into January. Like pre-IM Katowice. And then post IEM, we rarely saw this. This kind of fell out of rotation. We speak about this all the time, how there are certain all-ins that players use that kind of rise and fall in popularity because they get really trendy, which means players get used to defending. They get, like, it becomes second nature, and then the all-in falls off. Then it falls off, then it kind of fades into obscurity, then it comes back after a couple of months. That's kind of what's happening here, because this is not the first time as of late that we've seen Hero and Classic go for these 3-base all-ins again, despite not seeing them, like, for most of this year, to be honest. So it's cool to see it make a comeback, and it can catch you off guard. It's very aggressive, and if you drone up too much, or if you bleed out too many Lings early on as a Zerg player, then things can very quickly escalate. Like, you cannot afford to lose your Queens and Ravagers in such a way. And Solo was pulled apart. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. He's going to be our first finalist, and we're here to determine who joins Hero in those grand finals. We have one more semifinals left. It's going to be Byun versus Nightmare. Let's go. And I'm ready. I'm excited for this because Nightmare has been popping off. If you've been watching Nightmare recently, if you've been following the ESL Open Cups, the KSLs, the KungFu Cups, Nightmare has been on a tear in PvT. He's been having his way with Cure specifically. He's been having his way with Cure time and time again, whether it's best of 3s or best of 5s. Cure has been having a really hard time against Nightmare recently. Likewise, in this very tournament, Nightmare took down Bunny 2-1. Now he's up against Byun. Now, to be fair, Byun is a step up from Bunny. Byunny, if you will, is a step up. And it's not going to be easy here for Nightmare. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. We've seen Nightmare beat Byun in the past, and despite how amazing Nightmare's been looking in PvT, I still want to favor Byun a little bit here. Like, Byun is still a historical player. Still amazing in his own right. And here we go. We're diving in and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have Byun for Shopify. And in the bottom right, we have Nightmare. Currently teamless. Feels bad, man. Like, Nightmare, he's such a good player. And to have Nightmare be teamless for so long, it feels so bad. Like, we've casted Nightmare recently, you know, take down players like Cure, take down players like Clem and Byun, and he's been popping off, and even took down Solo to qualify for GSL. I think it was in Season 1 of this year, which is impressive, and still unfortunately teamless. Hopefully he's able to find a team coming into the Esports World Cup. I would hope so. I would hope that he can be picked up and he can represent in that tournament. I do think he's definitely worthy of joining a team and being a part of that, but we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed, baby. Fingers crossed. Are they getting weird in chat again? Oh no. Calm down, chat. Calm down. What was happening? Oh, okay. Well, they jumped on the pull out. They jumped on it. Shaking my head. Is that a command yet in the chat? Not yet. One day, Papi. One day. But here we go. We're settling into game number 2. We're settling into our second. Oh, sorry, game number 2. What? Sorry, our second semifinals. What I meant to say. You know, our second semifinals. Byun going for a Rax Expand economic opener. It's a bit refreshing. If you recall earlier today, in all the TVPs that we were casting, we saw a lot of double gas openers instead. So I appreciate this from Byun. And meanwhile, Nightmare opening up Gate Expand into the Cybercore. Oh, sorry, Gate Cyber Expand out of Nightmare. Working towards a faster Warp Gate. And we're settling into Game 1. Numero uno. Again, Hero is patiently waiting for the winner of this series. Who is it going to be? My condolences to Solar. I also didn't get to mention it, but Solar, of course, was our last Zerg player in the tournament. My condolences. But he had a really good run to make it to the semifinals. Had a really good performance, nonetheless. And, okay, Nightmare, he's going to be going for a Twilight Council here. We have our tech of choice, not a Stargate. Going for the Blink. I say Blink. DTs are still on the table. We have seen a surprising amount of DT play here in this matchup. We have seen it mixed in into a series more often than not. But here we go. Blink is on the way. Going to be Blink, second gateway, 2-gate Blink for the time being. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count to see if a third or fourth gateway gets thrown down, to see how aggressive Nightmare wants to be, or if we just go for a third. Nightmare confirms the CC on the high ground. And, oh, we throw down more gates. Okay. That's going to be the third gateway on the way. Oh, Mind Shot goes off, taking down the Adept. Very nicely done. Adept goes down, but it's going to be 3-gate Blink for the time being. We'll see if a fourth gateway gets thrown down. There it is! Fourth gateway's on the way. It's going to be 4-gate Blink Stalker out of Nightmare. Very aggressive build here from our Protoss player. Let's go. The way this works, we're going to be making a Warp Prism for high ground vision. We're going to be reinforcing with nothing but Stalkers. And if Bjorn is on a low tank count, then he can be punished. He can be abused. Bjorn's still piecing this together, going for his own drop. Drop into the main. Now this drop isn't just designed to get damage done, it's designed to scout, confirm the tech, and confirm how many gateways there are. Bjorn is also trying to piece this together. There we go, we go for the drop, there are Stalkers in position. Now Widowmine is going to be going off. Oh, on a probe. One probe goes down. At the same time, push towards the natural, we do defend. And Nightmare does hold. I believe Bjorn, he saw the gateways at the natural at least, so he knows it's at least 3 gate. He knows it's at least 3 gateways. So he's getting ready back at home. Tank production has commenced. He has 1 tank in the main. Widowmine getting shut down. We can see Nightmare's actually taking up into charge. Interesting. I guess because of the Warp Prism, because of the drop, Nightmare stuck at home. And he takes a third. Okay. This is a really good start for Bjorn. Despite the aggressive build here by Nightmare, he's been kind of neutered in a way, or he's just been stripped away from his aggression. He's stuck at home. He's throwing down 3 more gates, though. Oh my god, that's a lot of gateways this early on. That's going to be 7 gates in total. Templar Archives on the way as well. I imagine we're not going to be taking our gases at the third. There's another gateway. 8 gates in total here for Nightmare. Moves out with his Stalkers, but he doesn't commit. I appreciate as well that Nightmare isn't warping in Stalkers. He has gateways to warp in, but isn't going for it. He's taking instead. Orders out harass. Doesn't get much done. We have a shield battery in position. But big scout. Bjorn, he scouts, he confirms. He sees another upgrade researching of the Twilight Council. He sees the gateway explosion. He's aware of charge. He hasn't spotted the Templar Archives. That Storm is on the way, but he can assume. As they do go hand in hand. And there we go. We scan the natural. We do confirm that Storm is being researched. Bjorn sees everything. Is fully aware. And we'll see what Bjorn can get done with this move out. He's going for a drop towards the south. His main army towards the center. Moving out with his tanks as well. Bold move. Storm is going to finish in time, and we have plenty of High Templar. Oh boy. Can Bjorn avoid those storms? Another drop! Oh, the drop is caught out as well. Massive catch. A full medevac goes down, and now Nightmare, he can focus on his defense. Bjorn backs off. He's coming back home. He's like, nope. I don't want to deal with that. Not without my drop. So Bjorn, he pulls back, he races back home. Third CC just now begins. Oh, that is a late third CC here by Bjorn. Nightmare maintains his economic lead, and he can even go for a fourth. Nightmare, he can chill, he can expand. I say that, he's moving out instead. Towards the bases of Bjorn. Tanks do siege. We have storms. How good are the Mind Shot's gonna be? Big storms here. We zone away the army. Good storms on the bio as well. We shut down the tanks, and Nightmare, he's going for the kill. Going for the medevacs. Medevac goes down. Oh my god. Bjorn, his supply just plummets. And Nightmare, he can keep pushing. He could try to break into that natural, but for now he's distracted by the Raven harass. And Nightmare, he's content just winning that fight and taking a fourth. I mean, it's a secure way to just get further ahead. It is a secure way. Nightmare going for +1. Additional gateways. Fourth Nexus. Bjorn trying to break free, but really, once Bjorn tries to establish his third base, that's going to be the sign for Nightmare to push in again with a second wave. Here we go. Nightmare does reinforce, more Zealots coming out. I mean, we have a field of Widow Mines, true. If we get like the perfect mine shots, we can maybe defend, but you can see Nightmare setting up for a full surround here. Coming in from multiple angles. And we still have those storms, but EMP doesn't quite connect. Storm does. Mine shots going off. Good connections here on the Zealots. Oh, the Prism goes down. Okay. Not bad, but oh, I missed all of that. The Zealots, they went ham in the middle line. 15 SCVs went down. Nightmare once again crippling that economy. Once again maintaining his lead. Now because the prism fell, he can't reinforce, so he has to rebuild. Has to remake. More Archons, more High Templar, more Zealots. Right now the onus is on Bjorn to try to bounce back somehow. And drop play is the way to do it. Here we go, triple drop towards the south. Nightmare, he pushes through the center. Now what's scary is that, yes, Bjorn, he's getting away with this drop, but this also means that these Marines, this army, these forces are not at home to defend. So Bjorn is vulnerable. And we could just force a base trade. Or we could recall, true. We could just recall back home. Speaking of, feedbacks on the Metamax. Going for a warping of Stalkers and South. They're going to be focused down. Good target firing here by Bjorn. Does break through. And Nightmare is racing back home. Wasn't able to recall. Forge gets shut down. We deny +2. Very nice drop here by Bjorn, and he should be able to get away. Once again, making use of the SimCity against Nightmare. Nightmare trying to go for his own run by. Bjorn gets away. Zealots, oh, they get into the mineral line though. They do slip in. Bjorn forced to come back. You can see that the supplies are actually quite close between our players now. Bjorn, is he recovering? I mean, he's got a good coast count. He's got some solid SimCity here at the base as well. He wants to take a fight at his third. That would be the ideal. As I say that, the CC does lift. It is more wide open. And we are pushing in. Show us the storms. Oh, EMP's not quite connecting. High Templar coming in. We bait out more EMPs. And there it is. The storms get thrown down. We blanket the army. Oh my god. Massive storms here on Bjorn. And Bjorn, his army crumbles once again. Oh my god. GG gets called. The storms are too good. And Nightmare takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, Nightmare has been on fire as of late in the PvT matchup. I mentioned before that arguably Nightmare has the best PvT in South Korea. I say arguably because, I mean, Hero is still a factor. And I mean, there's just a lot of really good Protoss players out there, whether it's Hero, Classic, Stats. There's a lot of competition, but a solid game 1 there out of Nightmare. Able to catch Bjorn out, able to collapse on his tanks as he was out exposed in the open. Take a lead and make sure not to throw away that lead either. It got close though. Like, Bjorn was bouncing back. I was impressed by how Bjorn was able to recover from a really terrifying or really rough position, but still was not enough. And now the pressure is on Bjorn. Pressure is on. Can he recover? Can he force that ace match? We're here to find out. As we're loading into our next game and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have Nightmare. And in the bottom left, we have Bjorn. Our TVP does continue. And we're loading into a much larger map here. We saw Nightmare go for a really awkward build in the last game, winding it back. Remember, he went for a 4-gate blink, and he couldn't make use of it. Which is why, like, honestly, Bjorn had a much stronger start. But on Nightmare, he went 4-gate blink. I don't expect 4-gate blink on this map. Just because how large it is, just because of how defendable it is, 4-gate blink is seen less often on a map like Alcyone. But we'll see. As Bjorn is going for a double gas opener. Okay. As a reminder, last game Bjorn went for a Rax expand. A CC on the high ground, if you remember. This time, double gas leads into a faster factory, leads into a faster factory-based play and a much more aggressive build. I'm curious. Now, Bjorn has options. He can go for Reactor Reaper Hellion, for example. He can go Reactor Cyclone production. He can go into faster Widowmine production, into a Mine Drop. Bjorn has a lot of options. Has a lot of options here. What will he go for? Probe does arrive. Probe will confirm the delayed CC. And there's that factory on the way. Where are you taking us, Pappy? Where are you taking us? This should not be a one-base all-in. This should lead into a CC. If we were casting Gumiho, for example, I'd be like, yo, one-base all-in? I mean, as Gumiho is much more chaotic in that sense. Bjorn going for the reactor. Building up his minerals. Should soon be going for the CC. And there it is. Command center on location. But again, it has been delayed here in favor of the factory. Reaper does arrive. And it looks like, yes, we are going for Reacted Reaper Hellion production. So we can go a couple of different ways with this. We could go into 3 Reaper double Hellion. We can go up to 5 Reaper triple Hellion as well. We'll see how much we commit to this and how many we make. And the goal here is to break into a mineral line and roast up some probes. Like, Hellion Reaper can get out of hand very quickly, very early on. It's on Nightmare to confirm this. Once you confirm this build, you can wall off. Like, SimCity is your friend here, especially against Hellions. We don't quite scout the main, but we do get eyes on the first Hellion. Alongside that Reaper. It's going to be a Stargate opener. If we go Phoenix first, this might be ideal for Bjorn. Like, an Oracle can shut this down. A Phoenix can struggle. Yeah, we don't wall off the natural. Shield batteries on the way. Reaper Hellion's moving out. It's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion. We're trying to wall up. Shield battery not done. We're going for the Adepts. The Adepts are going to be targeted down. We have 3 Adepts to defend, though. We do focus down one of the Reapers. Yeah, we should hold. Phoenix comes out. We shut this down. And Nightmare does defend. This could have been so much worse. I mean, the Hellion does break in, but it should go down. Shouldn't get anything done. Yeah, one shot away. Oh! Probes did line up for a moment. Oh my god, Bjorn catches 2 probes towards the end. Very nicely done. Making the best out of a bad situation, and those probes shouldn't have fallen, but overall this was still a good defense for Nightmare. This could have been so much worse with additional probes falling, but only 2. Good defense by Nightmare. He's settling into the rest of his Phoenixes, going for a Twilight counter follow-up. Could be Phoenix into charge. As the army is spotted. Ooh, Bjorn moving out with the Cyclone, reinforcing with more. He's going for a push. Bjorn, he's reinforcing. He's making 2 Cyclones at a time and a Liberator as well. Bjorn going to be rallying everything across the map. This is the danger of going for a Stargate opener, is that with Phoenixes, you have very little to defend. Like, you have a very small gateway force on the ground. Phoenixes themselves, they can struggle against early game aggression. 3rd CC, thankfully, is on the way. But Bjorn is still going to push. A Nightmare, he's staying back at home. If he were to move out, he could get caught. He's just building up his adept counts, going for charge. 3rd base soon to be on the way. Phoenixes have been amassing. Yeah, we're good. And he does get eyes on the army in the center of the map. Nightmare avoiding the Zonaga. This is going to get interesting. As Nightmare is going for a big adept counterattack towards the north, if Bjorn pushes right through the center, we could end up in a weird situation where the armies, they miss each other. Ooh, but we do get eyes on the adepts. Bjorn sees, and he pulls back. Phew. If it wasn't for that Liberator, we could have ended up in like a weird base trade kind of scenario, but Bjorn does spot it. He pulls back home. Ooh, and Beyond's getting picked apart here. Marines and Cyclones going down. We commit to the shade. SCVs are falling. A lot lost mine time here at the natural. One SCV went down. Only one. So far, good reaction by Beyond. Ooh, rough control there from Nightmare. Does bleed out some of those adepts, but will escape. Again, we saw Nightmare who was trying to target down one of the Cyclones that was further back, so Beyond able to kite backwards. Able to counteract Nightmare there. And the game is calming down. We're calming things down here. Nightmare getting into his third. Beyond doing the same. Liberator is caught. It's found out by Nightmare, so nice catch from our Protoss. Shuts down the Lib. Meanwhile, Beyond getting into his bio. Stim is done. Combat shields, concussive shell on the way. +1. The rest are of our Raxes. Once again, though, as he moves out, Nightmare does punish him. Getting 2 more SCVs. Ooh, the Phoenix barely survives. And this time, Nightmare is not going into Storm. This time, we have Colossus on the way. So as you have to say, shade in, we got 5 SCV kills. Not bad. I believe that was 5 SCVs for 3 Adepts. The rest of the army moving out as we have control of the Zelnaga. Observer has eyes on the main army as well. We're lacking a backbone here, by the way. There's no tanks. There's no Widow Mines yet. They're on the way. Nightmare, can you catch out Beyond? The Phoenixes do threaten the main. You can see Nightmare ready to collapse on that third. He's hoping that maybe Beyond does overreact to the Phoenixes, but Beyond stands strong, and Nightmare backs off. Nightmare does retreat. Again, getting into his first Colossus. We have the second Robo on the way for double Colossus production to eventually get into Disruptors as well. Move out is spotted by the Observer, and Nightmare pulls back. He pulls back with his main army, but the Phoenixes, they catch some reinforcements. Very nicely done. We have 2 Marines, we catch a Marauder. Beyond forced to turn back around. Oof. We're getting more SCVs, more Marines. Nightmare does overextend, bleeding out of Phoenix, and Beyond, he's pushing. He turned around for a second, but no, he's going to be committing instead. But pushing into Colossus, never an easy thing to do. Pushing into Overcharge, and there's that Overcharge. And Cyclones are going down, good cutting against these Zealots. Phoenix as they threaten those medevacs, more reinforcements coming in. And Nightmare, he may have too much. He is overwhelming the army and shutting down the medevacs. Only 2 medevacs remain. I mean, the kiting is good here, don't get me wrong. But the Protoss army is still terrifying. We get every single medevac. Yeah, the Marines do fall. Thankfully, we have Ghost in the back line. Beyond, he holds. Nightmare, he knows he has momentum. But he has no War Prism. If he only had a Prism, he could reinforce. Speaking of, War Prism's on the way. Nightmare, he knows how close he is to breaking Beyond. But now Beyond, he's made it back home. And he's got SimCity on his side. He's got SimCity, he's got Widow Mines, Ghosts have arrived, he has EMPs. I like this out of Nightmare. He's making Disruptors, which means he might not push in. He could just maintain his position, take a 4th base, contain Beyond. As I say that, he does try to push off the ramp. Widow Mine goes down. Again, a risky move here by Nightmare. He slips in from behind with that Prism. But he runs into reinforcements. The Prism goes down. Oh. And Nightmare, he has to retreat. He's vulnerable. And that was a good catch by Beyond, and a little bit too adventurous there by Nightmare. A little bit too cavalier with that War Prism. Has arrived with Disruptors, and again, his goal here should not be to push into the 3rd, it should just be to deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over again, because he knows that Beyond is coming to him. Novas are going off, and we zone Beyond away. SCVs are going down, Nova does not connect, good target firing out of Beyond. Does catch the Observer. Ooh, Nightmare's going to be in the dark. He's not going to spot these rotations as easily. More disruptors on the way, and you can see Beyond is forced to expand elsewhere. We'll see if he expands towards the south instead. See Nightmare rotating around. He still has an observer over the ramp. You can still see the army movement. There's a Widowmine on the high ground, but only the one Widowmine. Disruptors are going to be going off. Up! Oof. Takes down the tower. The observer was spotted. Fourth base being retaken. Getting a very clutch dance here between Nightmare and Beyond. Beyond catches the Zealots. Good catch. Group of Zealots, they go down for free. Army's pushing in. Beyond does spot it. And Nightmare, he's going for the base. He's going for the CC. Vikings are coming in. They don't quite commit. Neither does Nightmare. Planetary's on the way. Ooh, and is Nightmare going to let that Planetary get up and running? I think he might have to. Trying to knock down these rocks instead. Ooh, gets a Viking. Planetary is about to finish. And you can see Beyond going for the flank. He's going for the disruptors. Nova's going to be going off, and one connects. Oh, big connection there from Nightmare. Zealots, they come in to reinforce as well. The Colossus going ham. Good split here by Beyond. The splits. He's getting on top of the Colossus. And where's the support? Where's the Gateway Army? It's only Colossus and only Disruptors, and we shut everything down. Beyond, he cleans Nightmare up. Gets a Colossus and every Disruptor as well. Oof, the Colossus does not recall. That was such a close fight. And again, Nightmare, he just needed one more wave of reinforcements. A couple more. These Zealots, we needed them. We needed them with the main army. That could have been it. And Beyond holds, takes a massive fight, and Nightmare, he's hurting. The problem here in this kind of setup is that if you lose all your Disruptors and Colossus, it takes so long. It takes so long to replace those Disruptors, to replace the Colossus. Nightmare, he has a Gateway Army. And that pales in comparison to what Beyond has. A couple of good EMPs, and Nightmare, he crumbles. He needs to rebuild that backbone. Beyond, he holds onto the Planetary as well. And Beyond, he's got an economic lead. So on 72 SCVs, he's ahead in the economy, plus mules. I didn't realize how low the probe count is for Nightmare. He's basically all in. Like Nightmare, he's on 66 probes. That's 3 bases. And a very low probe counts, and finally we're starting to make some probes, but yeah, Nightmare, he's not scaling too well here. Good kiting by Beyond. Now, there's still a chance for Nightmare. If we can land a Nova, like 1 or 2 good Novas. 2 good Novas is all it takes, and he can win a fight. And can maybe punish one of these bases. But we are heavily reliant on these Disruptors. +3 just now begins. Nova going up. Catching some Widowmines, not bad. Not amazing, but not bad. Beyond getting access to the 4th. Ooh, Nova goes off, does connect. But the Disruptor gets almost caught out. Okay, not bad. EMP does connect. We're going for the army. We're going for the fight. Disruptors are lagging a little bit behind. Beyond able to shave off more of those Zealots. Good splits out of Beyond. Avoids disaster. Really, all that Beyond's missing here is Liberation Zones. Like, if he can get into Liberator production, that would be ideal to help zone away the ground army. But now they're hyperfixated on just rebuilding his bio. Nightmare dives in. Yeah, we have a lot of Novas available here with just perpetual Novas out of Nightmare. Beyond unable to push in. Ooh, a little bit trigger happy. That's 3 Novas at once. And now Beyond, he can push forward. All the Disruptors on cooldown. That was a bit of a misstep there from Nightmare. He has to be careful. Again, if those Disruptors are ever all off of cooldown, then or on cooldown, Beyond can push in. He can commit. Splits up his army. Yeah, he's going for the base, and we're out of position. No shield battery, no nothing. The base goes down. Nightmare once again knocked down to 4 bases, but he does clean up a lot of this bio. This is still neck and neck. Beyond loses a big chunk of his army, but he does get the base. Still close. We're getting back into Colossus. We've noticed that there are no Vikings. So Colossus suddenly are that much more powerful. Colossus is spotted. Viking production begins once again. Good catch there by Bjorn. The shot's going to be going off. Now we are pushing forward. No big connections with the Novas, but we're just zoning Bjorn away. We're pushing towards a planetary. But it's still a planetary, though. We cannot break that. Nightmare rotating around. Oh, no War Prism either. No fast reinforcement points. Two Novas. One of them got wasted. Now we're coming in for the flank. Nova gets one of those ghosts. Zealots come in. Zealots are getting annihilated, and it looks like Bjarni collapses on the army. The Novas are okay, but once again, we get on top of the Colossus, and we can focus them down. Not enough reinforcements, not enough Zealots. Oh, the Novas! Oh, they will not connect. Good target firing here by Bjorn, and he's snowballing out of control. Nightmare once again overextending. Caught out, and he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. It was a good effort. Very close game. But there's nothing left for the Protoss. We shut down the goal. GG gets called, and Bjorn ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. That was close. Ay, papi. That was very back and forth. There were multiple moments in that game where Nightmare, he almost broke the back of Bjorn. He was so close, so very close. Something that was killing Nightmare, though, we saw it in multiple fights, was his reinforcement point. Like, you don't need a War Prism. Like, if you don't have a War Prism, that's fine. If you can have, like, maybe a gateway in the center of the map as well, just so we can reinforce that much faster. We saw that when it came to the fights at the planetary, at the 4th base, we saw a massive wave of Zealots on the way, but they got there too late. They got there too little too late to reinforce, and because of that, the Colossus were caught out, the Disruptors were caught out. The same thing happened here at the end of the game, where, again, just it took too long to kind of bolster that army, and Bjorn was able to land some good EMPs, snowball out of control, get on top of the forces here of Nightmare, and GG. GG, well played. Phew, but it was very close. It was a clutch game there. Bjorn bringing it back, and now we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends in game 3, and we're going to be loading in to, I believe, Oceanborn. Oh boy. Here we go, and spawning in the top left hand corner we have Nightmare. In the bottom right we have Bjorn. Here we go. Are settling in, and we've already seen quite an array of different builds from our two players, from Nightmare and Bjorn. They have mixed it up quite a bit over the course of this series. We've seen Nightmare go for a 4-gate Blink in game 1, and game 2 and for a Stargate opener into Phoenixes. Here in game 3, what do we go for? Blink or Stargate? Likewise, Bjorn going double gas. Double gas opener out of Bjorn. This could once again be Reactor Reaper Hellion. It could be Fast Widow Mines. Could be Reactor Cyclone. We'll see how aggressive Bjorn wants to be. Again, double gas means faster factory, delayed command center. What are we going for? Oh, we're going for a reactor first. Okay. Bjorn, you have my attention. Now, with this reactor first, we could be going Reactor Marine into Factory into an add-on swap into Reactor Cyclones. Or we could just go into a heavy Reaper count early on. I'm curious. Curious here what is done with the reactor. I'm leaning towards Reactor Marines, but we'll see. We shall see. As Nightmare is getting into his natural. Ooh, Reactor Reaper. Okay. So we're not going for the add-on swap. It's going to be Reapers initially, and we should be reinforcing this with Hellion. Because it was Reactor first, we might go into additional Reaper. If you remember last game, it was 3 Reaper and 2 Hellion. This time we could commit a little bit harder. We could commit that much harder here. And the goal for Beyond is to break through the Adept defensive line and to get into a mineral line, get some economic damage done. Meanwhile, Nightmare going for a Twilight Council, going for Blink. Now you can see that Beyond is going into his 3rd and 4th Reaper, alongside his 2nd Hellion. Is building up. Adept Scout comes in, but we don't get up the ramp. We don't quite get the scout off. For now, 2nd gateway's on the way for Nightmare. Just 2 gate blink. We'll see if he goes for a 3rd gateway. Okay, so it's going to be 4 Reaper, 2 Hellion. And behind this, we're getting to a 2nd Rax. Very aggressive here out of Beyond. What I'm referring to is he's going for a 2nd Rax, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a 3rd Rax before Starport. Yeah, early tank production here out of Beyond. Uh-oh. And we're diving in. Yeah, we're going for the Adepts. The shield battery is done, though, just in time. With the help of the shield battery, we do force back the army. Nightmare, he does hold. Burns down the Hellion. Gets the Reaper. Trades out the Adept, but well worth it here. Nightmare forces back the forces of Beyond. And there's that 3rd Rax that we spoke about. So again, this is a very delayed Starport. This could be a 2-base all-in out of Beyond. So what's happening here is that he's going for a 3 Rax setup with a factory, no Starport. We're delaying medevac production in favor of more tanks and more Marines. You can see here we're massing up a bio-tank army very early on. This can lead into a Starport, into a medevac push, or we can pull the boys and just go for a 2-base all-in. So I'm curious which one we go for. Stim is on the way, so it looks like we're hitting a Stim timing. It's going to hit a little bit later. So I imagine Beyond should be going for the Starport. And building up towards this push. But we'll see. We'll see if we pull the boys. Meanwhile, Nightmare throws down 2 more gateways. It's going to be 4-gate blink. Okay, very safe play, or safe response here out of Nightmare. I say safe because I'm not too sure how aggressive he really means on being. He's moving out with the Stalkers, but... Oh, that's more gates on the way. Oh my god, before the 3rd Nexus! That's going to be a 6-gate setup here from Nightmare with charge. Things are about to get spicy. Who do I favor? 3rd Nexus is being taken. Observer goes in. We do get eyes on the tank. And I still don't see a Starport, by the way. Ooh, Nightmare is teching. This push is going to hit like a truck, but as we move out, Nightmare moves in. And we are pulling the boys. It's a 2-base all-in out of Beyond. The boys have been pulled. Meanwhile, the tank in the main base is exposed. But these are Stalkers that are not defending back at home. Tank is in position. Nightmare pulls back. And Nightmare, he doesn't see the move out. Oh no, I'm pretty sure he missed the move out here. He's blinking back. Beyond is committing, and there's no shield battery at the 3rd base. There is a shield battery at the natural, but only 1. And yeah, Nightmare, he's not aware. The army has arrived. We can ignore the 3rd. What do we go for? The reinforcing tank gets shut down. Yeah, we're going for the natural. We ignore the 3rd base. We're going for the kill. Stim is done. Combat shield's finishing up as well. We shut down the gateways. We're going for the pylon. We catch a 2nd tank, but we depower the robo. Oof. Charge is done, though. But no immortal production. And here come the boys to help buffer, to help soak up these zealots. Tank shots going off. Zealots, they try to collapse on the tanks. But the bio army, we're stimming on through them. We're breaking through those zealots. They get completely cleaned up, and Nightmare has nothing left. The tank survived. Oh my god. The tanks refuse to go down. And Nightmare caught with his pants down again. He missed this move out. Didn't see it coming. And was caught woefully underprepared. And we have control of the natural. The 3rd base gets shut down. You can see Nightmare trying to amass an Archon army. The probes did catch some of those Reapers as well. But we have bunkers. Like, how do we break through the bunkers? There's a 3rd bunker on the way. Oh my god. And Beyond just rallying across the map. He will get a kill in this space. The Archons are pushing in, trying to save it. The tanks are topped up by the SCVs. And the Nexus goes down. Nightmare knocked down to one base. And it's all or nothing for Nightmare, pushing into the tanks. He will get one, but only one as the reinforcements rock up, and Beyond takes it. GG gets called. Beyond takes down Nightmare 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Bappy. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Beyond as he does take the series 2-1. Again, it was a very chaotic, very wild back and forth between these two. Very evenly matched in those first two games, but in the ace match here, Beyond whipping out the 2-base all-in. We did kind of smell it early on with his initial build order. Unfortunately, Nightmare didn't quite see it. He was active with his Stalkers, that's true, but if you remember, he was using his Observer to gain high ground vision to blink into the main. He did not have the Observer outside of the natural, so he missed the move out. He missed the move out entirely, was hyper fixated on harassing and killing SCVs when Beyond was pulling the boys and moving out across the map. And yeah, with that, Nightmare gets caught out. GG, well played. It was a good effort though. Good effort to make it to the semifinals. Very well done. And again, Nightmare forcing the ace match as well. Impressive stuff. We've been kind of I've been hyping up Nightmare's PvT, and we've seen him take down names like Cure, even forcing Beyond to the ace match. He took down Bunny earlier as well. Some killer PvT, and I can't wait to see more of it in the coming weeks, in the coming months. But with that, we have our two finalists. We have our grand finals for KungFu Cup number 3 for the season of WTL Summer 2024. It comes down to two players. It comes down to Beyond versus Hero. It's going to be another Terran versus... We've been casting a lot of TVPs tonight. A lot of TVPs tonight, but now we see some of the best Terran and Protoss that Korea has to offer. Beyond versus Hero in a best of 5. Let's go. I just need a moment to set up. Beautiful. Beyond versus Hero. Best of 5 is before us. And at the same time, Nightmare is going up against Solar in a best of 3 bronze match. That won't be casted, but it's happening at the same time. There is a prize pool disparity between 3rd and 4th place, so they're fighting for some prize money off stream as we're going to be filing into the grand finals. Oh boy, vetoes are underway, and we're setting up for the final series of the night. And it's been a long series, sorry, it's been a long broadcast. It usually is for KungFu Cup. A lot of games. The bracket is massive. It's insane. Players from all around the world coming together for this online weekly. And who's going to take it? Who is going to take it in the end? As we are loading into game 1 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have Beyond for Shopify. And in the top left, we have his opponent, we have Hero for KranKy Gaming. Also, the number of WTL points are different for MC qualifying purposes. True, between 3rd and 4th. That is also another factor, is the amount of points you get from placing 3rd or 4th. For those that are curious what we're referring to, MC is not Minchul. It is not the Korean Protoss. Oh, as Beyond is going for a hidden Rax. But MC is Masters Coliseum. It is an end of season tournament that the WTL organizers do bring together at the end of the season. So basically, we keep track, or I say we, the WTL admins keep track of the performances of all these players in KungFu Cup and World Team League, and then, based on those performances, based on their points accumulated over time, they are invited into a massive event at the end of the season, into Masters Coliseum. So there's points on the line, there's money on the line, there's pride on the line as well. And we do see Beyond faking out a proxy, basically. He's faking out a proxy Rax. Hero, he comes in for the scout. He sees, hold up, where's your Rax? It could be anywhere. It could be further back in the main, which is why Hero checks further back in the main base first. It could be at the natural, could be at the 3rd base. It could be proxied across the map. It could be some cheese. Hero is still piecing it together. Back at home, Hero going for a gate cyber expand, and he does come across the racks. He will check in between the bases, and Hero is aware that there's no proxy. He's safe and sound back at home, no overreaction. Even had a pylon thrown down at the Reaper cliff. You see Hero just gonna be skirting around the edge, hiding from that Reaper. The probe will survive, and the Reaper moves out. And now Hero's gonna be able to go in for a second scout. Meanwhile, the Reaper goes to the main. Dives straight into that main base. Boys are being pulled. It's going to be on Hero here to minimize his losses. Can Beyond get a probe? Well, some of these probes getting very low. Hero forced to pull back. Stalker comes in. So far, so good. Hero has lost mining time, but he does not lose a worker. Very nice defense here by Hero. Doesn't lose a single probe. Meanwhile, across the map, looking at the vision of that worker, Hero, he sees the add-on. I believe he sees the factory. And we have the CC as a follow-up on the high ground as well. Also, double gas opener. Not sure if Hero spots it, but again, seeing the timing of the factory, he's aware of the build. He's aware of the build. And Beyond is going for a 1-1-1. As a reminder, last game, the thing that tipped us off to the 2-base all-in was that Beyond delayed his starport and went for additional Raxes first. This time, starport is on the way, Widowmine is on the way, standard opener. Beyond is easing into what looks to be a mine drop. Reaper moves out for a scout, bearing in mind that Beyond has not seen the tech of choice. He does not know if it's a Twilight Council or a Stargate. We can see that the Phoenix production has commenced, and that Hero is indeed playing Phoenix. Interesting. So Phoenix base play out of Hero. Beyond still in the dark. Tried to go in with his Reaper earlier, was denied. Meanwhile, here comes a mine drop. This is why mine drops were so common for so long, is that Widow mine drops are not necessarily designed to get damage done, but they're designed to scout your opponent as well. And this is a straight up mine drop as well. This is a very out of meta build. You don't see this too often. So I do appreciate that Beyond is bringing it back. Reaper gets shut down, the mine drop comes in, and we do scout the Stargate. We scout the Phoenixes. We're fully aware of what's going on. Can we get some damage done? The Widow mines do drop in. No! The misclick! Up! Oh my god! Ooh, oh my, 7 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. Hero with the misclick. He lifts a probe, not the Widow mine. Not like this. And that is an explosive start for Beyond. Especially with the nerfed Widow mines, this should not have happened. The Widow mines are meant to get the minimal amount of damage and scout your opponents, but now we get 7 probe kills. Beyond is ahead. And Hero, we have some catching up to do. Have some catching up to do, Papi. Ay, ay, ay. Hero moving in on the right-hand side. There is no stim, bear that in mind. We go for the Banshee. Banshee goes down. Not a bad pickoff. And we go for the Marines as well. A very aggressive push here from Hero, and he's breaking through the line of units. The Marines are going down, and we're going for the SCVs. We delay the CC as well. Depth shades into the main. Boys are being pulled. They go for the Stalker. Stalker goes down. We're out of energy. We're out of energy. The Cyclones have arrived, and Beyond will hold, but he bleeds out 7 SCVs. The Raven! Oh my god, the Raven goes down as well. Good pickups here by Hero. Again, there was so much pressure on Hero to do some counter damage, and he did it. The medevac! He even catches the medevac as well. Very nicely done. And Hero, he is clawing his way back into this. Getting another SCV. And another as the Oracle gets into the main. Beyond out of position. Not expecting the Oracle. 4 more SCVs go down. Again, sometimes Hero just needs like a fire lit under him, you know? Sometimes he needs a reason to pop off. And he's got a reason. Because he fell behind. Behind this, we're getting into our base, so it's going to be Phoenix into Colossus. Your kind of stock standard setup here in PvT. We catch a reinforcing Marine. Cyclone production has continued to defend against the Oracles and the Phoenixes. As Hero is getting into his third. He has map control, third base, uncontested. And Hero, from any kind of deficit he once had, he has recovered. Now, thankfully, Bjorn has a third CC. It's already done. It is now completed as an orbital. So Bjorn isn't too far behind in the economy, as he can make 3 SCVs at a time, and he can mule. So Bjorn is going to be catching back up. But it's all about when Bjorn can actually expand and take his third. Now, I don't think Hero can punish it anytime soon. Like right now, Hero is cutting corners. He's teching up, working on upgrades, working on his production. Hero doesn't really have much of an army to work with. So yeah, the third base is being taken. And we are going to chip away at it, but Bjorn should be okay. Should be able to expand. CC now on the way. Oracle tries to dip back in, goes for the revelation, making sure there's no kind of weird tech structure or weird production setup with additional factories or additional starports. Everything looking as it should. And so far, yeah, Hero just keeping tabs on Bjorn and successfully getting into Colossus production. First Colossus is out, second is on the way. Extended Lance is lined up with that second Colossus. And we even have a Templar Archives for Archon production and maybe even Storm. And the scan does reveal most of that. So Bjorn is aware that's going to trigger a transition into Vikings. You can see 2 Vikings being made at a time. Viking production has commenced. Ooh, hallucinated War Prism head towards the main. Hero being a little bit cheeky, but this is a real drop head towards the main base of Hero. Ooh, the Observer. Was it spotted? I believe it was. Do we scan? Oh, never mind. Oh, we did. Okay, there we go. Bjorn does spot the Observer. Very nicely done. I don't know how he does it. We saw it earlier today in Bjorn vs. Nightmare, where he just has like the keenest of eyes. He sees everything, buddy. It's crazy. Does shut down the Observer. Rotates back around. Hero gonna have to replace it. Moving out with a Zealot Run by on the right-hand side. As Bjorn isn't moving out yet, upon seeing all those Colossus, he's just waiting for his Viking count to build up. He's building up his Vikings, going for a very heavy Marauder-based composition. Has his Cyclones from the early game, 4th CC on location. And again, Bjorn is not pushing yet. We still have to build up the Vikings and the Ghosts. We get the Revelation just to be sure. Keeping tabs on the army. Blink is on the way, +2. I believe Storm was not researched, so we're just morphing in Archons. And here comes Bjorn. Okay, we do see him posturing. I don't expect Bjorn to push in before 2-2 finishes. Like, 2-2 is still on the way, so Bjorn is just pumping up his chest. Zealot Runby comes in, does force Bjorn back home. He turns back around. And here, he's going for the 4th. He's going for the CC. Yeah, Bjorn, he gets caught out. Going for a big wave of reinforcements. We collapse on the base. And we will delay. And we cancel. That's all that we were looking for. Hero doesn't have to keep pushing. He's content. He rotates around. Cancel the 4th base, containing Bjorn to 3 bases. There you go, another big wave of reinforcements. Zealots on the way. And we're pushing in. And we're diving on top of the army. Vikings force back. The Colossus raining down here on Bjorn. Oh, and that choke point is brutal. Bjorn can't quite push in. Vikings are doing what they can. We're down to 2 Colossus. Nova goes off, zoning back the army. We're going for the Prism. And the Prism will barely go down. No more reinforcements. Hero has to back off. He does retreat. Kiting back to the Colossus. Still keeps pushing. He doesn't stop. 14 SCVs went down. Those else, they went crazy in the mineral line. We shut down all the workers. We can engage with the main army. And beyond his supplies plummeting. The Vikings, they're putting in some work. They do shut down both Colossus, but GG gets called. There's just too much Protoss, and Hero takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Bjorn caught out of position, or just caught at a really rough moment. If you remember, it all popped off there towards the end, with Hero going for a Zealot run-by at the third. The Zealot run-by forced Bjorn to turn all the way around. As Bjorn was turning around, remember, Bjorn, he was revealed. There was a revelation on his army, so Hero saw everything. He saw the army turning back, he saw Bjorn's army getting fragmented, and Hero, he went for the kill. He went for the fourth, and after he killed the fourth base, he sized Bjorn up. He was like, you know what? I can keep going. Just double down, went for the kill. GG, well played. Hero does take a lead, but of course, Bjorn has been in this position before. He can bounce back. It is a best of 5, of course. It's a best of 5, plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty of games to come. And we're getting ready for game number 2. It looks like it's going to be on Oceanborn. Okay, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Bjorn for Shopify. In the bottom right, we have Hero for DKZ. Here we go. As a reminder, the game did start off, of course, with Bjorn taking a lead, getting all those probe kills, but as I mentioned at the time, sometimes Hero has to fall behind to get ahead. If that makes sense. Sometimes he needs to be in a dire situation to really just go Super Saiyan, to just level up, ramp up the aggression, and take it to his opponents. Hero more than accomplished that in the last game, but now we're getting into game 2. We're settling into game 2. It's going to be our standard setups so far. This time, not going for a proxy Rax. If you remember, in the last game, Bjorn did fake a proxy. This time, the Rax is at home. This time, there is no fake out. Probe just being as annoying as possible. It is going to be a Rax Expand economic opener this time out of Bjorn, as only one gas was taken. So Bjorn going for a CC. Whether he goes for the CC on the low ground or the high ground, yet to be determined, as Hero's being as annoying as possible. Going for his own expand. Well, Bjorn, he's got the money for it, and there it is, CC on the low ground. Hero scouts, Hero confirms. And Hero needs to get the hell out of here, as his goal here is to hopefully hide this probe and keep it safe from the Reaper. As the Reaper is about to spawn in, you can see, oh, Hero doubling back in, hugging the edge of the wall, and he will avoid the Reaper. And now he can go in and disrupt that CC. Get Hero, he sucked it in, was able to hide, and it's been quite an annoyance here. Another SCV, 2 more SCVs being thrown down here to the low ground. The Reaper doesn't turn around. Again, Hero just forcing some inefficiencies out of Bjorn. As we're going for our tech of choice, Hero once again going Stargate. Okay. Once again a Stargate opener. Reaper gets into the mineral line. Ooh, is going to be shut down. Can we escape? Oh, we do. Whew. Just barely. But I'll be honest, I don't think Bjorn saw the tech. He got into the main, but I don't think he quite got behind the mineral line here. As we'll see if we go Phoenix or Oracle this time. Back at home, Bjorn is playing very safe. He's going for a Cyclone. Cyclone, very good early game defensive unit. Adept does threaten the main. And it's going to be an Oracle first, not a Phoenix. Okay, this could be Oracle into Charge, by the way, or even Oracle into Blink. Reaper dips in. Bjorn confirms the opener. Bjorn even sees the first unit. He gets 1 probe kill, but the Reaper is trapped. The Reaper gets shut down, but good damage nonetheless, and a good scout. He's where the Oracle is getting ready, getting in position. More Cyclones on the way. And Hero knows he got scattered, despite that going for a second Oracle. It's a bold move. Bold move by Hero. Adepts do shade in. We get 2 SCVs. We get a 3rd SCV as well. And as we're distracted, we dive into the main base, but we have a Cyclone in position. Good move there by Beyond. But the SCVs come in. Sorry, the Adepts come in. We shade into the main. Oh, and this is getting out of hand. And this is becoming too much. We get 5. We get 6 SCV kills. We're going to get 7. We're going to get 8. We're going to get 9. Can we get 10? Oh, we can. 10 workers go down to the Adept harass. The Oracles, they still have yet to really reveal themselves. We have a 3rd Oracle on the way. What is this, a PVZ? Oh my, triple Oracle. Into a Twilight Council, we get the Mule, we get another SCV, and Beyond is getting pulled apart. Cyclone's on at home. Cyclone moves out across the map, so we are just wreaking havoc in the bases. And here comes that double Cyclone drop. Beyond, this needs to get damage done. Again, it was a risky move for him to move out with these Cyclones, which meant that they couldn't defend back at home, but we have another Oracle waiting in the back line. We're getting some probes. Ooh, a brutal supply block. Killing probes actually does break free of that supply block as well. Phoenix is on the way. Yeah, we force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Ooh, we shut down one of the Oracles, but here come the Stalkers. We're going for the Medevac. Boost is on cooldown. And we clean Beyond up. Not before killing another Oracle, though. Not bad. 4 probes and 2 Oracles. Not the worst trade there for Beyond. But here comes Hero. That's a scary thing, is that Hero, he won't stop. Oh, we do catch a Phoenix. Hero overextending. Maybe we should stop. Maybe we should calm down a little bit. We're bleeding out of Phoenix. The bunker is up and running. Yeah, Beyond's fine. Beyond is able to hold on. Oracle does slip into the main base. No, there's nothing in the main. Okay, Cyclone not too far away. We only get 1 SCV. Whew. And we scout Cloak. As soon as the Oracle leaves, we cancel Cloak. Yeah, it makes sense. You can see there that Hero was able to get eyes on the tech. Beyond, respecting Hero, immediately cancels. Does force an overreaction. Shield batteries are on the way. And you can see that Hero, he's getting ready for the Cloak Banshees. The Cloak Banshees that aren't coming. But to be fair, Beyond also has to kind of Frankenstein his build and pivot away. It's also a little bit more inefficient. Pushing right through the center. Because Hero went home to defend against the Banshee, he doesn't spot the move out. The Banshee does run away the probe, and I believe the army was not seen. Oh, here comes Hero. Gets a revelation on the Banshee. Spots the main army as well. Big scouts. And here comes the defensive warp in. Shield batteries are finishing. Overcharge is available. Blink is not done. Not a bad start for Hero. Does shave off some Marines. Tanks are slowly leapfrogging forward. Oh, we go for the hallucination. The Colossus ideally tanks a tank shot. We dive with the tanks. First tank goes down, the other is picked up, but the Marines, they're going ham with the Stalkers. So many Stalkers go down. And the tank survives. Hero, he bled out a lot there. Blink is done. We did buy time for the Robo. More boys being pulled. They can repair. They're going for the Cyclone. Colossus is thrown away. The hallucination gets thrown away. And Hero, he's up against the wall. Again, it's a 2-base all in here from Beyond. Tanks are on siege. Oh, we get 1. One tank goes down. We're going for the Robo. Mortal's on the way, but we're looking to depower that Robo. Pylon goes down. The Immortal will not spawn in. Oh, the tank got sieges. Now is not the time. A rough on siege there for Beyond. We go for the force field. Zealots, they do collapse on the army. We have the overcharge as well. And Hero, he takes down the tank. And he's going for the other. Oh my god, it barely is saved. Hop pick up there by Beyond. Saves the tank. More reinforcements going to be going down. Stalkers, they come in from behind. Beyond barely holds on to this position. The Immortal, repowered. It's coming in. And we're going for the tank. We're going for the kill. Ooh. Hero caught out. We leave the tank exposed. Tank goes down. Bunker as well. The power of the Immortal. And Beyond is being picked apart. You can see how quickly the turns do table. And Beyond has to retreat. Hero holds. Hero does hold on again. Very nice control with those Stalkers, buying so much time, picking off tanks at the same time, repowering the Robo, getting into his Immortal. And now, Bjorn has to go back home. Does have the high ground, but here come the charge lots. Boys are being pulled. Oh, Hero overextending. Calming down, pulling back. But now Hero's getting ahead. Hero's working on +2. Second Robo. The Bay is on the way. Third base up and running. Hero, he's up 30 workers. Remember, this was a 2-base all-in out of Bjorn, and Hero didn't lose any workers. He didn't lose any probes in that defense. GG gets called. Bjorn knows that he's too far behind, and Hero takes a 2-0 lead. GG, well played. That was a very intense defense, by the way. Bjorn was gaining ground. He was picking up Stalkers. He was catching Hero a bit off guard, depowering the Robo. Things were looking dire for Hero, but give Hero some Blink Stalkers and he can make some magic happen, Papi. Oh my god. To be able to dive on those tanks, there were also some really crucial moments when Bjorn would unsiege and push forward. And in those moments, that's when Hero would pick off a tank, move in with his slow lots. It happened twice in that defense, maybe even 3 times, where Hero was able to take advantage of those unsieges. And every tank that went down was that much closer to a defense here for Hero. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Hero takes a 2-0 lead, and now the pressure is on. No more mistakes, no more missteps. It all comes down to this. Bjorn has to fight back here and now to have a chance at an ace match. He has to fight back here and now, and here we go. We're loading into game 3. We're loading in to Dynasty. What? Oh my god. In the bottom left, Hero. In the top right, Bjorn. What were the vetoes? Dynasty made it through. I'm so used to Dynasty being vetoed, by the way. To be fair, it's a best of 5, so you have less vetoes. To be fair, right? So there are less vetoes available to the players, but still, I'm so curious what the vetoes were to allow Dynasty in, and Bjorn's going for the proxy racks. This is a very common proxy racks location, so Bjorn is going to be a little bit more aggressive here in the early game. This is not an all-in, and this is not a proxy 2 racks, it's only 1 racks across the map. It does mean that the Reaper gets across the map a little bit faster, and hey, a couple seconds sooner does mean that your opponent is that much more vulnerable, and you can get quite a bit done with this. Can get a bit done. It's going to be a double gas opener out of Bjorn, so it should be racks into factory. And this should just be a Reaper. Again, there's no room for an add-on, for example. So Bjorn going to be the aggressor, at least in the early game. And Hero is just now moving out. Rose expand. There's that Reaper on the way. Bjorn washed? Bjorn literally up against the best Protoss in the world. True. Washed, Papi, washed. True. He's too clean, Papi. He needs to get dirty. Ah. Shaking my head. Here we go. We do see our factory on the way back at home. Bjorn going for his first Reaper, and again, he does get here a couple seconds sooner, and we'll see what he can get done with this slightly faster Reaper. Yeah, Depth is being thrown out as we speak. Boys are being pulled. And how goes the micro Hero? Ooh, 1 probe goes down. A bit of miscontrol out of Hero. Does miss the probe. Speaking of, a second probe does fall as well. Good pickups here by Bjorn. 2 probe kills. As Hero goes for another Stargate opener. Bjorn going for the CC on location as the gold. Oh my god. Papi. Bjorn. Bold move. Now, typically we skip the gold base, but Hero... Oh, sorry, Hero? But Bjorn is unique in this sense. I'm just now... I'm getting a brain blast. My memory is being sparked once again. Bjorn, actually, he more often than not doesn't veto Dynasty. Specifically, Bjorn doesn't veto Dynasty. The reason for this is that he goes for a fast tank. There it is. Tank is on the way. Now, this tank is going to be positioned at the gold base. Usually, you can punish the gold base with the depths and with stalkers, but because Bjorn is going for a fast tank, he's going to be positioning his tank at the natural base, and he will be able to outrange and defend against gateway units. This is how Bjorn gets away with this otherwise vulnerable expand. And there we go. The tank is getting in position. We saw this during ESL Open Cup Asia last week, and I think the week before that as well. This is a very common strategy for Beyond, specifically on this map. On Dynasty. Meanwhile, Phoenix production underway. Hero amassing those Phoenixes. Depths are just chilling out of the natural as well. And we're just waiting for Hero to move out, and we'll see if Hero can punish this gold. Now, despite this build specifically looking to keep this gold base safe and sound, we have seen Beyond fall. We have seen Beyond fall on Dynasty. We have seen him still punished nonetheless. As with Blink Stalkers, you can dive on top of the tank, you can focus it down, you can still wreak havoc in that gold base. To be fair though, there's no Blink here for Hero, so he's going to have a harder time punishing this. Phoenix does confirm the gold base, as we're following it up with Stim. So delayed starport here for Beyond. Going for quite an earlier Stim timing. Early +1. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-1-1 setup. A very aggressive build here by Beyond. So now with this early tank and early Stim production, this is all going to be leading into a medevac push. As the starport is on the way. We'll see if Hero can hold. As those gold minerals will give Beyond a boosted economy for that many more Marines. Oh, the Phoenixes, they catch some Marines, by the way. We saw vulnerability in the defenses of Beyond. 2 Marines, 2 SCVs. Good pickups. Again, any Marine count here will help. As it will slow down that Stim timing. We'll slow down the push in general. Once again, Phoenixes, they dive in. Not being punished too hard. Just getting a full scout. Colossi are on the way. Hero going for his third. Standard third base. You can see the Hero, he is still not baited by the gold. Again, it's so difficult to take the gold here in this matchup. It goes both ways just because both the Terran and the Protoss can punish it. Which is why Hero has avoided the gold base. Is our PSA for the chat. The gold is a bait. Be careful. Be careful by taking the gold. Oh, big tank volley going off. That's what we spoke about. Again, because the tank's in position, the Adepts, they can't really punish the gold base too much. As Beyond is going for his double drop. Stim is done. Combat shields +1, finishing up just in time. Medevacs are unloaded. Hero does spot them. Very crisp micro out of Hero, pulling back in time. And he's in position. He's in position for the drop. You can see the Phoenixes are looking for a second move out. We are pulling back. Likewise, after Beyond got spotted by the pylon, he retreats. And the Phoenixes, they come in for the intercept. But we do catch a medevac. Barely goes down. Good pickup here by Hero. A very nice catch. Beyond going for his third base on location. Colossus count getting higher. Beyond hasn't been too active. I mean, to be fair, he tried to. He was punished for it. Beyond is still building up. Still amassing his forces. Ghost Academy is on the way. That, of course, tells us that alongside the third base that Beyond, he's going to be turtling up. He's going to be teching up. In towards Ghost, in towards Vikings once he confirms those Colossus. And Beyond gets away with the gold. Bear that in mind as well. He took the gold base as his natural and it wasn't punished at all. So Beyond has that boosted economy despite being down in workers. He makes up for it. How do you even say ahead? In set economy. But Hero will soon be catching up as he's taking his own gold base as a fourth. Phoenixes dip in. Nice drive-by here. We catch 3 SCVs. And we do escape with barely all of our Phoenixes. Catching even more workers here at the natural. Good pickups. And we've yet to get into any disruptors. We're going for a Templar Archives. That's going to be for Archon production. Blink, +2, +1 armor. You see Hero trying to slow down the army as Bjorn is finally pushing. He's been building up this entire time, this entire game, as he moves out. Oh, no turrets in the main base. Bjorn being too greedy here, skipping those turrets. Now they get thrown down after 4 SCVs fall. Oof. Did I say 4? 7 SCVs. And we're coming back in. Hero having his way with the economy. Meanwhile, Bjorn, his main army, is still in the center of the map, is stuck there. Okay, now we are pushing. Oh, the trades! 17 SCVs for 2 probes and a pylon. Hero has not lost a single unit. That is crazy. Not lost a single army unit, I mean. Only 2 probes. Hero, calm down. And we speak about Hero's control. Some of the best in the world. Looks like a Phoenix might just get caught out. Finally. Hero knocking down those rocks. He's on his 3 Colossi. He's got sentries for force fields. Now, thankfully for Bjorn, he's already got his ghosts out. He's got plenty of EMPs. He is building up that Viking count as well. Going for a 2nd starport. 4th CC on the way. Hero does confirm with that Zealot run by. Does get eyes on the 4th. And can Hero deny the 4th? Moving out. He is spotted by the Marine. Bjorn keeping up. Takes down a Phoenix. Gets a big EMP as well. Oh my god. A 2nd EMP. Juicy connections from Bjorn. And Hero backs off. He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm like, yeah, after those EMPs, I'm not gonna fight you. We're good. Does retreat to the 4th. To the would-be 5th even. Once again, Hero trying to punish that goal base. Gets punished himself. Bleeding out 2 more Stalkers. And both armies bounce off each other. Both armies maxing out. And we'll see how Hero approaches this, as he's going for a big Zealot run right now. Bearing in mind, the minerals at the goal base for Bjorn have been mined through, so those Zealots can actually get on top of the tank. They can go through the mineral line, they can get on top of the tank. Bjorn is a little bit vulnerable there, but he's got a depot. Oh my god, he walls off. Let's go. That's actually so good. The tower gets shut down on the right hand side. Zealots, they make their way to the natural. Ooh, as they almost get a kill in that CC, getting very low. But I love that depot wall off. You don't really see that very often at all. A good way to deal with that problem on Dynasty. Bjorn pushing forward, both armies maxed out. Nova zoning him away. After only 1 disruptor. We dive on the Vikings. Oh, that's a lot of Vikings going down. The Colossus, they stand strong. They're within range of the overcharge, and every Viking is falling here. We're down to 3. And without those Vikings, not a really secure way to deal with the Colossus. We're building back up to 5. Making 4 Vikings at a time. Fusion cores on the way. That's going to be for Liberators. Likewise, Hero getting ready for Sky Toss. That's +1 air attack in production for the eventual carrier transition, if the game goes that far. Decent EMP on Zealots. We get on top of the 5th and the 6th. Nova zoning away the army. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ooh. Thankfully, we canceled the 2nd one. That's 400 minerals down the drain. And Hero smells blood in the water and pushing on forward, forcing back the army into the natural. Disruptor is targeted. The Colossus, they overextend as well. And Colossus are going down one after the other. Boys are being pulled. And Hero, it looks like we have overextended. Yeah, the Immortals are going down. Yeah, that was a rough fight for Hero, bleeding out a lot of his army. He does trade, though, getting 14 SCVs. Oh, you can see that Bjorn is hurting as well. Desperately remaxing. So is Hero. And Bjorn working towards advanced ballistics. That's going to be Liberator range. No Liberators yet. Colossus coming back in. Disruptor has arrived. Go for the stim. We're holding on to that Nova. Oh, we hold on too long. Disruptor goes down, but here come a mass wave of Zealots. And Hero, he's breaking through. He may not have Colossus, but the Zealots are putting in a lot of work. Yeah, we collapse on top of the army. Stalker's coming in as well to support. And Björn, he barely forces the Stalkers back. And a lot of the Stalkers, they were held up. And you can see Hero just going for big waves of Zealots. He keeps pushing. Doesn't want to stop. Hero taking another base. Colossus does arrive. Do we have any Vikings left? We have stopped Viking production. Uh-oh. Okay, we have 4. We have 4 Vikings with the main army. Is that going to be enough? They landed. Oh, they have to lift, Papi. But yeah, Hero with a better economy is just overwhelming Björn. GG gets called. We dive on the armor. We shut Björn down. And Hero will be this week's Kung Fu Cup champion. GG. Papi. GG, well played. Hero not dropping a single map here in the finals. Takes down Björn 3-0. GG, very well done and very well played here. Again, this was an interesting one, especially on Dynasty. I feel like Björn got away with his build. Like, he got away with the gold base. He got into his drop play. We saw that the drops were punished. Not just that, but Hero just having his way with those SCVs, with his Phoenix movement trading so damn well. We saw that we were, what, like 10 minutes into the game before Hero finally lost the units. Like, he was being so efficient and so meticulous with his army control, with his movement. Just out trading Björn, despite the gold base. Didn't really matter. Didn't matter there as Björn was bleeding out so much. That, of course, led into 2 maxed out armies, to be fair. Did lead into the eventual maxed out armies, and Hero was able to break through. I was a little bit concerned that Hero was overextending when he pushed into the natural, when Hero lost all of his Colossus, but it looked like he had traded well enough anyway that Björn was also hurting behind it. Like, he was losing bases left and right, the CCs, if you remember. And Björn was falling behind in the economy compared to Hero. Hero barely overwhelming, barely breaking through. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. Now Hero, this was not like a flawless run here. Fun fact, in the lead up to the finals, Hero, he dropped a map to Christiana, he dropped a map to Creator, he dropped a map to Solar. Again, it did show that he is mortal, but against Björn, had a more dominant performance. I say against Björn, against a Terran player, Hero had a more dominant performance. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Hero. Very well done. Whew. And with that, we have our KFC champion for round 3. My condolences to Björn, but I mean, he had a really good run nonetheless. To make it to the finals is an impressive feat. Very impressive feat here by Björn. Again, these tournaments are stacked. They are very stacked. And I just realized, fun fact, Björn played nothing but Protoss in this tournament. He played Mana, Geralt, Firefly, Nightmare, and Hero. 5 Protoss back to back. Oh my god. That's how Protoss heavy this tournament was. Jesus. My god. And hopefully next week we have some Zergs. Like, sure, we had Solar and we had DRG. We had Lambo as well, but we were missing Shin. We were missing Shin, and we were missing Dark. We were missing Su, I believe, as well. So, yeah, quite a number of the Korean Zerg players weren't here this week. So, we cast nothing but TVPs. It was a lot of TVP today. I was like, to be fair, it was good. Thankfully, it was good games. A lot of good games. With that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for the support as we have caught up with the Kung Fu Cup. We have caught up, and tomorrow we're going to be catching up with another tournament. If you're curious, if you want some more StarCraft action, tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Let me just double check here. When are we casting tomorrow? When are we casting? Tomorrow in 19 hours time, we're going to be live with the KSL, with the Korean StarCraft League. If you're curious, the KSL is usually over the weekend, but we missed out this week. We were otherwise preoccupied, and I was unavailable to cast live this weekend, so we're going to be catching up tomorrow with a replay cast instead, with some Korean StarCraft League action. There we go. So if you're unsatiated, if you want some more Korean on Korean action, we got you covered with the KSL. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. You can support us via following on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. And you can follow us on all the social medias, Pappy. All the social media. More Star. We're done for today. More StarCraft. It was almost a 5-hour cast, Pappy. Oh my god. Just don't do it at the same time as GSL. It's happening at the same time as GSL. I do apologize. Do apologize. It is happening at the same time as GSL. To be fair, we also have the GSL replays. We can also cast it ourselves afterwards. But I believe it is going to be clashing. It is going to be clashing. So I do apologize for that. But Bappy, that's why you have multiple monitors. Okay, that's all you need. Just open up a couple of tabs. You know, have multiple monitors. Just watch all the StarCraft at the same time. That's all you gotta do, Bappy. That's all you gotta do. Cap. But yeah, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also support us on Patreon if you wish. !Patreon in the chat if you want to fund us there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. And yeah, with that, I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some Korean StarCraft League action. Till then, thank you for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Ga, papi, ga. Ciao.